Good morning, everyone. Still waiting for one more counselor for quorum. I have infinite patience. Good morning, everyone. I'm calling counselors to TYCC from their offices. I was told this microphone gets into your offices, so please come to council chamber number 1. Thank you. Councilor Bradford. 1, 2, 3. We're missing. Do they? Okay. Good morning, everyone. We're gonna get started. Okay. Okay. I'm counting. You ready? Good morning. My name is Councillor Chris Moyes. I am the chair of the Toronto East York Community Council. We do have quorum. I am now calling meeting number 7 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com, Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Toronto and East York Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Métis, Inuit peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with Mississaugas of the Credit. As a Caribbean Canadian, I am committed to continually acting in solidarity with our African, Caribbean, and Black communities, seeking freedom and reparative justice in light of the history and ongoing legacy of slavery that continues to impact our communities across Canada. As part of this commitment, I would also like to acknowledge that not all people came to these lands as migrants and settlers. Specifically, I wish to acknowledge those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. In support of the City of Toronto ongoing efforts to confront anti-Black racism, I pay tribute to those ancestors of African, Caribbean, and Black origins and descent. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, let's put my glasses on, Jesus. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen to me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto and East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, City Clerks has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your device. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff available at toicc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, we'll proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on June 22nd and 23rd, 2023? Councillor Bradford, all those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And before we begin the agenda run through, may I have a motion to add new business items TE 7.72 to TE 7.88. Mover. Deputy Mayor Malik. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. So items TE 7.1 to TE 7.33 are items, timed items, so we will begin the run-through at items TE 7.34. Okay, we're moving along quite nicely. So TE 7.34, changes to Business Improvement Area Boards of Management. May I have a mover? Councillor Sachs. Moved. All those in favor? Actually, no, that's under that. Any questions from staff? Any speakers? All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Items TE 7.35, encroachment appeal, 125 Sararan Avenue. Councillor Perks.
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendations to not authorize the encroachment agreement and require the owner to remove all installed encroachments and restore the paved and excavated area.
Okay. Do you have the motion on the screen? Do we need it?
It's the recommendation.
Okay, recommendations. Okay. All those, any questions? Speakers? All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.36, encroachment appeal, Pergola, 2149 Young Street. Councilor Matlow? 36.
I move to grant the encroachment.
Okay, any questions of staff? Any speakers? All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.37, 181 to 184 Spillane Avenue, construction staging area. Deputy Mayor Malik?
This is 7.37.
Yep.
I do have a question for staff.
Okay.
Has the developer consulted with, sorry?
Actually, we're doing a rundown, so you want,
Sure.
we'll have
Yes,
to
I
hold
can
it
hold
down.
it. Thank you.
Hold. Items TE 7.38, 399 Bathurst Street, construction and staging area. Councilor Sachs?
I move the staff recommendations.
Any questions? Any speakers? All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Okay, yeah, that's right. Thank you. I'm still a rookie at this. Items TE 7.39, 33 to 49 Avenue Road, and 136, 140 Yorkville Avenue, construction staging area, time expansion. Councilor Sachs?
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.40, 25 Ontario Street, construction staging area, time extension. That is,
Hold that down for Councilor Fletcher, because she's not here. She has a motion.
actually, that's 40, that's mine.
You have a motion, sorry, you have a motion on that.
Yes, I do. 1 second. Okay, I'm moving staff recommendation.
You have a motion.
Do I have a motion?
Yes, you do.
I should hold it.
Yeah, you can move it now if you want to
Okay,
move the motion.
thank you. I'm moving my motion on this item. All those in favor?
An item is amended.
Item is amended. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna hold, thank you. Hi, Councilor Bravo. Items TE 7.41, we're actually gonna hold down because Councilor Fletcher is not here yet. Items TE 7.42, 387 Bloor Street East, 395 Bloor Street East, and 28 Selby Street. Designation of fire routes and amendments to Chapter 880 fire routes. 42. I'm going to move staff's recommendations on this item. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. Items TE 7.43, I'm going to hold down. Councilor Fletcher. Items TE 7.44, 11 Coatsworth Crescent, designation of fire routes and amendments to Chapter 880 fire route. Councilor Bradford.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried, thank you. TE 7.45, 2/4 Crescent Town Road, designation of fire routes and amendments to Chapter 880 fire route. Councilor Bradford?
Thank you. I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried, thank you. TE 7.49, 10 to 12, sorry? Sorry, 46. TE 7.46, 10 to 12 Cresta Town Road, designation of fire routes and amendments to Chapter 880 fire route. Councilor Bradford?
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.47, accessibility parking spaces, September 2023. Councilor Bradford?
Sure, I can move the staff recommendations here.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.48, accessibility parking spaces, September 2023. Councilor Bravo?
Yes, I'd like to move the staff recommendation, please.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. D 7.49, removal of on-street accessible loading zone, Woodmount Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks. I'd like to move the recommendations to authorize the removal of existing on-street accessible loading zones on the west side of Woodmount.
Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. D 7.50, car share vehicle parking area, various locations. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. T 7.51, parking amendments, St. John's Road. Councillor Perks.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.52, parking amendments, Melville Avenue between Shaw Street and Christie Street. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.53, parking amendments, Roxborough Streets West. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. T 7.54, parking amendments, Knox Avenue. Council, we'll hold that down for Councillor Fletcher. TE 7.55, we'll hold that down for Councillor Fletcher. TE 7.56, realignment of parking permit area 5D to exclude the development located at 374 to 390 DuPont Street. Councillor Sachs.
I'm sorry, which one?
TE 7.56, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried, thank you. TE 7.57, realignment of permit parking area 5D to exclude the development located at 145 St. George Street. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. TE 7.58, realignment of permit parking area 5E to exclude the development located at 148, 158 Avenue Road and 220, 234 Davenport Road.
I move the staff recommendations.
Thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.59, realignment of permit parking area 6G to exclude development located at 294, 300 Sherburne Street, and that's me. I move staff recommendation on this item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. T 7.560, realignment of permit parking area 6J to exclude the development located at 225, 229 Queen Street East and 120, 134 Sherburne Street. That's also, I moved by myself. I'm gonna move staff recommendation. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. T 7.61, realignment of permit parking area 7A to exclude the development located at 383 and 387 Sherburne Street. I'm moving staff's recommendation on this item. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. T 7.62, realignment of permit parking area 7A to exclude the development located at 401 Dundas Street East. I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this item. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.63, realignment of permit parking area 7B to exclude the development located at 550 Adelaide Street East. I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this item. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.64, realignment of permit parking area 9A to exclude the development located at 1793 and 1795 Danforth Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you. I would like to move staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried, thank you. T 7.65, Vision Zero Road Safety Plan, speed limit reductions to 30 kilometers per hour to unlocal roads and public lanes. That's Councillor Matlow.
I move the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. Raise your hand so I can see it. TE 7.66. That's Council Fletcher. I'm going to hold that down for Council Fletcher. TE 7.67, appointments to the Board of Management of the Cecil Community Center. Councilor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Okay, raise your hands. All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 7.68, appointment of public. Which one's that? Okay, that's right. TE 7.68, appointment of public members to the Moss Park Arena Board. I'm actually going to defer this item to the next TYCC meeting in October. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 7.69, installation of speed humps on Turnberry Avenue between Union Street, Benny Stark Street, and Old Weston Road. Councilor Bradford, no, 9, that's Councilor Bravo.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendations with many thanks to staff from the children who will be crossing to school more safely in the future on this street. Thanks.
Wonderful. To the children, all those in favor? Carried. Item TE 7.70, Ramsden Park Road speed limit. Councilor Sachs?
Yes, I move the staff recommendations and also doing it to protect the children in the park.
To the children, all those in favor? Carried.
You have a motion on the next item, 171.
So, do I hold it then?
No, you can move it now.
Okay.
Just move down amendment.
Okay. Okay, T 7.71, parking amendments, Granby Street. I'm going to move technical amendment. If you put on the screen. Thank you. All those in favor of the amendment? Item as amended. All those in favor? Thank you. Carried. T 7.72, reducing the speed limit on Humberside Avenue between Hyde Park Avenue and Dundas Street West. Councillor Perks?
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. T 7.73, safety and convenience improvements along Gladstone Avenue. Councillor Bravo?
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. T 7.74, Bathurst Street loading zone. Councillor Malik.
Thank you. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. T 7.75, parking amendments, Grange Avenue. Councillor Malik.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 7.76, parking and traffic regulations, the well development. Councillor Malik.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
Deputy Mayor Malik. TE 7.77, granting temporary exemption to Mokabin Inc. and By the Way Cafe from components of Chapter 742 and Chapter 693 of the City of Toronto Municipal Code. Councillor Sachs.
I'd like to hold this down, please.
Okay. TE 7.78. I'm going to hold down for Councillor Fletcher. TE 7.79, hold for Councillor Fletcher. TE 7.80, Councillor Fletcher. I'm going to hold for her. TE 7.81, Councillor Fletcher. I will hold this item as well. TE 7.82, Councillor Fletcher. I will hold this item. TE 7.83, always stop control, Oak Park Avenue and Everett Crescent. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you. I would like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. T 7.84, creating a construction hub on Danforth between Westlake Avenue and Dawes Road. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.85, park amendments, Palmer Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 7.86, reopening and amending TE 6.59, park amendments, Cedar Vale Avenue between Malverton Boulevard.
So we need to reopen first and then adopt the regs.
For this item?
Yeah, reopen T 6.59 first.
Okay. I'd like a motion to open this item. Okay, Councilor Perks, all those in favor, opening? Okay, thank you. All those opposed, that's carried. Okay. And the motion to adopt the recommendations, Councilor Bradford.
Yep, I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
Okay, and all those in favor? All those opposed, carried. Thank you. T 7.87, T 7.87, traffic calming Cedar Vale Avenue between Lumsden Avenue and Cosburn Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. T 7.88, traffic calming Denville Road between St. Clair Avenue East and Northdale Boulevard. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. So we've gone through the rundown. I'd like to add 2 items to new business. So I understand W. Mir Malik have a new item. Clerk, 1 second, sorry, let's read this through. Do you have the items you can put on the screen?
Yes, she's playing on it now.
Okay.
I can't really see something. Just right now, 7.29 after.
Okay.
The item is up on the screen. It's just
Okay. New item, I think I need a mover for that. Councillor W. Mir Malik moved. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you. Those items are adopted.
Oh, there was a next item too that has to be is the one for the construction. If you rush it.
There's a second item?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
the construction.
Okay. There's another item that we need to actually add to the agenda. It's a construction hub expansion review. I'm going to come on the screen. I'm going to ask Councilor Matlow to move that item. All those in favor? Thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's added to the agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're just gonna have them held down so we can make them public. If you can just.
So those items will be held down so that the clerk can make the items public online before we consider them in further detail later during this meeting. Alrighty. So I think now that we've gone through the rundown, we can go back to the timed items. So much for paperless meetings because I have more paper than I know what to do with. So item TE 7.1, naming of an existing public lane south of Queen Street East, extending east of St. Paul's Street. And that's moved by myself. Just make sure that item is not.
Just need to see if there's any speakers on the item.
There isn't any.
But you have to ask if.
Are there any Are there any public speakers on this item? Seeing none? Yep. I'm going to move staff's recommendations. Any questions of staff? Any speakers? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. T 7.2, naming of an existing public lane north of Oakcrest Avenue extending east from Morton Road. Councillor Bradford.
Yep, thanks. Roseanne, this is the item here. And I would just like to take a moment to acknowledge Roseanne Thornley, who's in the room here with us today. Roseanne took the initiative a number of years ago to start this laneway renaming. And it's interesting, you know, for those of you who spend time out in Danforth East in that part of town, this was historically a milk bottling facility, Scarborough Farm Dairy. And so going forward, this will be known as Milk Bottle Lane. And I just wanted to thank Roseanne for her work on this. And with that, I can move the recommendations, please.
Okay. Staff's recommendations. So all those in favor of staff's recs? All those opposed? That's carried.
Thanks.
DE 7.3, 2 to 224-224, no, 2-24 Temple Avenue, rental housing demolition application decision report approval. Okay. Are there any public speakers on this item? Seeing none? Councillor Burks?
Yeah. I'll move the staff recommendations.
Okay, any speakers? Okay, all those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 7.4, city-initiated official plan amendments, Villiers Island, Maclary District, South River, and Paulson Quay Precinct Parks and Open Space Decision Report. Any public speakers on this item? Seeing none. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Malik?
I'd like to adopt staff recommendations, please.
Okay, any speakers on this item? Any, no, seeing none. All those in favor? Carried. T 7.5, 77 Roehampton Avenue, zoning bylaw amendments and rental housing demolition application, decision report approval. We do have speakers on this item. Give me a moment, sir. Okay, Mr. Charles Medemore. Okay, so you have 5 minutes to depute to the committee. You may start when you're ready. Sure.
Thank you, I'm grateful.
Just a moment.
Also, may I distribute copies of my presentation to the members? Or to the,
Staff will hand that out.
okay.
Just have a seat. Yeah, just set your computer, please.
To be respectful of your time, I'm going to speak directly. I'm not going to try to set up my computer because that's a little bit awkward. I'm going to speak to the situation. And I'm first of all going to say thank you, councillors, for having this meeting. And I'm grateful for this opportunity. I also wanted to say thank you to the city staff and also to Mr. Shane Fenton of Reserve Properties and his staff who have been the proponents of 77 Roehampton. Basically, in this presentation, I'm going to briefly address the Reserve Investments proposal, the tenant relocation package, and suggested next steps. Given I have 5 minutes, I'm not going to go through the Reserve Investments proposal because they're able to adequately address it. So I will be going to Section 2A on the second page, the proposed tenant relocation package overview. Basically, the tenants are obliged to move for demolition of a non-obsolete property. The compensation package includes relocation to 136 Broadway and rent gap payments during the construction. Some tenants would prefer to stay at 77, but most accept with regret city planning's decision that they move and not return to 77. The issue is not what is on offer, the issue is what is needed in a fluid market. And the proposed package needs to be revisited and revised. Going to my third page, Section 2A, 2 of 2, the relocation package has to address, number one, the stress of 2 relocations in 24 months. 2, the costs of 2 moves. 3, the additional cost to rent in a tight market versus historical adjusted cost. And the proposed reserve package has improved to the credit of Reserve and Mr. Shane Fenton. However, there are key issues that still require attention, and they are the incremental rental costs not covered by the CMHC survey, the time and effort to find a replacement apartment, and paying current market rent versus evolved historical cost. Going on to slide 2B, 1 of 2, the September 14th revisions by Shane Fenton and by Reserve are appreciated. They monetize the transportation allowance, they increase the compensation for relocation to $10,000, they provide an extra month of no rent for senior citizens, such as myself, and they propose a locker subsidy of $25 per month and a parking subsidy of $150 per month. The revised offer is appreciated, but more is required. Basically, there are two elephants in the room. Elephant number one is the fact that the proposed rent gap assistance is not adequate. For example, the rent at 77 Davisville, a 50-year-old unair-conditioned building, is $2,200 a month. That is also out of the young Eglinton area. So while it was cited by Mr. Fenton as a comparable and a suitable alternative, I think that we're looking at going from an air-conditioned late 1980s building to a 50-year-old building. The second thing is that the elephant number two is that there's a very tight market. And the question is, will tenants be able to find location in Q4 of 2024 and Q1 of 2025? Reserve states on its website it has 135 projects, and Westdale lists numerous projects. Now, Mr. Fenton clarified that many of those are completed condominium projects. However, to his credit, Mr. Fenton said yesterday, all tenants will be provided with priority access to interim rental housing options as they become available in other buildings controlled or owned by the landlord. Clearly, that's appreciated, but the devil is in the details. Details are needed. There were also discussions yesterday with Mr. Fenton, and while they were productive, for example, he agreed to restore the missing lobby furniture, there was no commitment on, number one, a locker allowance being improved from $25 a month to the market of $75, a parking allowance being improved from $150 to $175, a bigger moving allowance, because to get reputable movers and moving supplies and packing labor, it's going to be more than the $1,500 and $2,500 offered. And there also needs to be a furniture resizing allowance because the rooms in the new 136 Broadway are going to be much smaller.
30 seconds.
Effectively, there are suggested next steps. A rent gap shortfall, an additional $5,000 per unit to give tenants an apple-to-apple relocation. Reserve provides full details of its other properties. The locker allowance, parking allowance, and furniture resizing allowance are provided and are CPI adjusted. I say thank you for the opportunity to speak to the members of East York and Toronto Council, and I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions to the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Councillor Matlow, you want to move this item?
Mr. Chair, I have a question for staff before I move the motion.
Go ahead, Councillor Matlow.
Through you, Mr. Chair, would staff please just comment on the tenant package? If they could just describe if they are satisfied with the package, and in fact, would they say it's fair to describe it as actually a more generous package than often found?
Through the chair, Adam Cabetti, Housing Policy Planner. The tenant relocation assistance package meets and exceeds our standard tenant relocation assistance package. We are satisfied with the tenant relocation assistance package.
Through you, Mr. Chair, is there ever a risk, like if we weren't to support it today, is there a risk that we may not be able to achieve the package that we have today?
Through the chair, I think you're hinting at some provincial changes that have been out for consultation. So yes, there's also always a risk that the province, through the regulation that they've been consulting on, could change or limit the city's tenant relocation and assistance package.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Therefore, I support the staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Any speakers? All those in favor of the recommendations? All those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Item TE 7.6, 429 Walmart Road, zoning bylaw amendment, application, decision, report approval. We do have several speakers on this item. First up is Marcia Gilbert with South Forest Hill Residents Association. Okay, she's online. You want to cue her up?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. You have 5 minutes to present to staff, to the committee.
Okay, thank you ever so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm with the South Forest Hill Residents Association, which represents residents that live both in condominiums, apartments, and single dwelling homes in the area. So we wanted to speak to a couple of items. The first issue, sorry? Okay, so we wanted to speak to a few items of concern. We're not talking about the height of the buildings. What our concern at this point is the fact that there's a lack of a setback for this property and the proposed, with the proposed site construction. And more concerning is to the fact that they're going to be closing a long-term care facility, which I appreciate the city has no control over, but they are going to be closing a long-term care facility where people in the area have been able to go and reside over the last number of years without any thought of replacing long-term care beds in the area. So that's a huge concern to the community. We're also extremely concerned about the fact that this property, the long-term care facility, prior to COVID, was a place where there were people could access community space. There was a community, various community activities that were held there, and local community was able to participate in various activities and use the rooms there, which with the new construction has no allocation for any kind of community space. The other concern, which is huge, and we keep hearing about it in the news, is low-income housing. There is no low-income housing going into that project, or for that matter, to any of the big buildings that are being built in the neighborhood. They are all condominiums that are being approved with no allocation or sensitivity towards rentals that people can afford, not rentals that were approved prior in the area that are extremely costly. We're talking about suites that should be available to people who are lacking in finances. So these are huge concerns about this new building. And certainly if they wanted to add floors, but make the facility, the building more community friendly, in other words, the streetscape area for people to sit in parks, like sit on park benches, and as well to provide housing for people who are desperately looking for low-income housing. Those are issues that I think that need to be addressed when you knock down a long-term care facility and in a community that is not seeing any reasonable or low-income housing available to the people in this area. Thank you. I don't know if you have any questions. By all means, please ask away.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Sachs?
Yes, Marcia, is your group aware that the province has not given us the authority to require affordable housing in these buildings?
yes, we are aware that it's the province's, this is the province direction. But I think that it starts at the ground up in terms of how we can make requests and how we can push for housing that's affordable. And certainly, I mean, listen, we have a premier who has pushed for going into our green belt without any attention to what's really needed. So I think it lets the city councillors off the hook when this is not raised and is not addressed in some way possible.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers, questions? Nope, okay. Councillor Bravo has a question.
Thank you for your deputation. I guess the advice that you're giving us to take forward is that whether or not we have the authority, you would like for us to be raising these at every, in relation to every development regarding what affordable housing would actually be needed. And I'm just thinking here that Councillor Fletcher's made a request for a pilot project in her ward. And so I think that there are councillors that are increasingly raising our voices around that. I just wanted to make sure that I understood your recommendation correctly.
Yes, I totally, thank you for the clarification. Yes, I would love to see our councillor follow in Paula Fletcher's recommendations and to see this as a pilot project. I understand this is mixed housing, there's housing both private as well as retail, commercial in that same complex. And certainly it would be nice for this to be put on the agenda by this council and our local councillor.
Okay. So, but you would prefer to see it at a council level?
Absolutely. I think we need to see it at every level of government. We cannot let the province just walk all over us without giving concrete examples and showing areas where we can make improvements for the city and for the residents of Toronto.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming in today. There's no further questions. Next on the list is Rabbi Shalom Shaster. He's online. Okay, you have 5 minutes to address the committee. You find him?
Social justice advocacy groups. One of our concerns is housing, but I'm speaking for myself at this point. I want to just underline many of the points made by the previous speaker. The only thing I can add is two things. Obviously, this is taking place in Forest Hill, which is an upper middle class neighborhood, but it would be helpful to have some economic diversity in our neighborhood and to have access to low cost housing. Given that there is going to be some retail space in this development, and having checked with the planner, at this point there's been no decision that the retail space will also be sold as opposed to rented out. If the legal structure of the development can contemplate rentals for retail space, then they can also contemplate rentals for residential units. Again, maybe the city doesn't have this power at this point and should continue to advocate to get this power, but maybe they can use their good offices to persuade the developer to agree to convert some of the residential units to rental and to have them at a rent level that can be afforded by low-income workers and people on social assistance and pensions. One last point that I'd like to make, not just for this building, but for other buildings that are going to be the subject of redevelopment, but are vacant and will stay vacant for some period of time until they are demolished and redevelopment takes place. The developers should really be offering these spaces to the city to help house refugees and other migrants who are in need of temporary shelter until they can have more permanent housing. Those are my brief comments, but I'm open to any questions.
Okay, thank you for your deputation. Any questions from the deputant? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, thank you. The next person on the list is Henry Greisman. Are you in the room, or there you are? Morning. You have 5 minutes to depute to the committee. Give me a start.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Henry Greisman. I've lived in the community for over 50 years and at 400 Walmer for 12 years. I live directly across the street from Cedarvale Terrace. We are neighbors. I'd like to address council on my opposition to this proposed development and why it is entirely mismatched to the community. Cedarvale Terrace is home to over 100 residents who are in need of a long-term care facility with all of the associated amenities required to look after them. Licensed by the province, this facility has been an integral part of the community for many, many years. To some degree, its location is as important to success as the facility itself, as not only is it home to the residents themselves, but to their supportive families. Moving the resident means you move the family too. The property has had a special use for many years, and it shouldn't just be a piece of land which can be bought and sold and have its use changed for profit when so many will be negatively affected. The proposed new development will have ground-level retail space. The idea of retail space on Walmer Road makes little sense due to the lack of pedestrian traffic and the lack of parking. An existing convenience store at my building, 400 Walmer Road, is a very modest enterprise and just changed ownership again. Why does anybody believe, anybody associated with this proposal, that retail will be a thriving business on Walmer Road? It will not. Regarding the transition of the facility, the schedule for vacating was moved up to 2023 from 2025. This seems like an overly aggressive timeline, given the scarcity of beds, which is a known fact in Ontario, and again, a hardship on this community. Cedarvale Terrace provides regular Jewish prayer services with a rabbi to the residents and makes kosher food available for them. This is a unique situation in Toronto and not easily replaced. Was this transition planned for by the province when the residents were asked to leave Cedarvale and move elsewhere? I've not mentioned the effect that this construction project will have on our neighborhood, as that goes without saying. I am saying that eliminating this long-term care facility in the heart of the city for a condominium bears further investigation on several fronts. The existence of a suitable alternative bed for each resident of Cedarvale Terrace, the need to move the closing date from the end of 2025 to the end of 2023, and eliminating the retail component of the proposed project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. The next person on our list here is Andrew Ulipin, President of MTCC 700. You have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present this to you. My name is Andrew Ulpian. I'm the president of the board of directors of the condominium located south of the proposed development. I will be brief in presenting our concern, but also in presenting potential solutions. We are not opposed as such to the new development, but we would like our concerns to be heard to reach an agreement fair to the developers, but also fair to the surrounding community. Here are some of the concerns. The The plan for the building is for a much taller building than the existing structure. The building is much closer to 45 Walmer than the existing structure, 2.5 meters instead of the current 9 meters, so much, much closer. This is a specific issue to our building because the building north of the development has a much better clearance due to the driveway that is there. Walmer Road is a one-way narrow street. Both during the construction and after that, the access to and from our building will be dramatically reduced. Other developments in the immediate area, like Montclair or east and west of Bathurst, will create havoc in the area, especially on the small streets. And the proposed building includes a retail component. It is important to recognize that any business that will create additional traffic will exacerbate the existing bad traffic situation. As it is now, very often we cannot exit Walmer Road due to various reasons, roadwork, traffic on hills, etc. So given the above issues, we have the following, I would say, concrete, down-to-earth, practical and feasible proposal for modifications to the existing plan. The first one is to lower the level of the podium of the building to the height of the existing structure. I don't know how familiar you are with the building, but it's made out of a podium and then a narrower part. So we would like the podium to be lowered to the existing structure, the retirement home. The setback at the south side of the new development to be pushed back by at least 3 meters, so that we will get at least to half of what it is now, not to a quarter. The commercial space to be restricted to uses that do not increase traffic on our street to any sizable level. The setback from the street to be consistent with the building north and south of the development. The developer should implement a detailed plan for the project that will minimize the disruption, the noise, and the dust in the area. And finally, something for the city, for you councillors. At least during the construction phase, the city should implement a two-way traffic pattern at the south side of Walmer Road, so that at least we can get out of our building. There are only 50 yards from our building to St. Clair, so that we can get out into St. Clair without essentially waiting forever. I know that that is within your purview, not of the developer, and we please ask you to consider and to take it into account. And actually, maybe based on that experience, you'll consider to make the street a two-way street after the project is complete altogether. These proposals will improve the situation dramatically without severely impacting the goals of the development. We hope you will give your support to us. I thank you for your consideration, and if you have any questions for me, I would be pleased to take them.
Yeah, thank you for coming in today, sir. Any questions for deputants? Councillor Matlow?
Thank you for your very productive comments. That was very helpful. Would you, if I pulled together a group of us to meet with the applicant from the community to try to work on some improvements and some of the suggestions that you made, would you be willing on behalf of your board to participate in something like that?
Absolutely, and I made that offer to you about a year ago when you were proposing more or less the same thing, that we do such a group and we have these discussions, but
you need to make sure that the dance
somehow
partners,
it didn't happen.
Well, the dance partners all need to be willing to come to the floor. So I'd be happy to make that request again.
Thank you very much, because what we're asking for in here, as you can see, is not to blow up everything, but to have some consideration of fairness to both sides.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. The next person on the list is Barbara Shernan. She's online. Are you here?
She's not here.
Okay, next person on the list is Joanne Giacomo. Joanne Giacomo, also online. Not connected, okay. Next person is Lisa Warden Mather. Are you in the room? Lisa, are you with us? You have 5 minutes to...
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep, you have 5 minutes to present to the committee. You may continue.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members of the committee, Mr. Chair. I'm Lisa Ward-Mather, and an associate at Dougfield Inc. I'm the planner on behalf of the applicant on this item. I'm here to express support for staff's recommendation, which is to approve the zoning bylaw amendment application. I'd also like to thank planning staff, in particular Supo Mafango and Warren Tamir, for their work through the process. I believe our work together has resulted in a great project.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. I can't hear the audio.
Sorry, your video seems to be muffled.
Hello? Oh,
You may turn
okay.
off your camera. Maybe we'll get a better audio from you.
Yeah, sure. Let me try that. Can you hear me now?
It's a little better, yes.
Hello?
Yes, we could hear you now.
Okay. I'll try to enunciate as well as I can. Thank you again to the planning staff. I believe that their comments have improved the project over time. And in particular, city planning staff have set up the community meeting, which was held in January in 2023, at which several of the previous deputants attended and articulated some of these ideas. And I'd also like to thank councillor staff for hosting a working group meeting that was held in February 2023, which allowed for additional consultation with community members. And again, some of the ideas that you've heard today from the previous deputants were raised at that time. I just want to clarify a couple of things. I know you have staff's report in front of you, but just to clarify, in response to the previous deputants, there are setbacks on all sides of the development. And several changes have been made since the original submission that have actually addressed public concerns. For instance, the setbacks to the north and south actually have been increased since the original submission, and the podium height is lower on the east side of development to improve transition on that side. We are, of course, happy to deal with the construction management issue, which is always a concern to residents, and we're very understanding of that. We will continue to work on that as the site plan application continues over time. And we are happy to provide information about that as things continue. I won't take up any more of your time, but I will offer, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mather. Any questions for Deputy? Councillor Matlow has a question for you.
Thank you for your deputation. Between now and the city council meeting, would you and your client be willing to have a final conversation with representatives of the community who've raised specific concerns to see if there are issues that can still be resolved?
We're happy to speak. I'm not sure what the nature of that conversation would be, but we're always happy to hear feedback and things that can be addressed through the site plan process.
You can't get up it, forget getting out of it. But I have had friends who wanted to have the opportunity to move into the building that they wish to demolish. It is a rare example where you can be in the community and have a place to go if you are not well. I'm not perfect, as you can tell, but if, you know, it makes a difference. You watch during the day, there are not less than 2 or 3 ambulances going up that street, going there. You cannot get out of the street. It's impossible. It can never be made two-way at any point. It's impossible. If you want to get out of the area, you must drive to the end of the street and take your chances, possibly turning right and getting clogged up on Spadina. Regrettably, traffic in Toronto, as we all know, is something that has been totally not dealt with. The truth, though, is that to have a facility that they have there is a bonus and a boon to the community. There are a lot of people who require medical attention. It is near 3 hospitals. It's not tucked away somewhere. I personally believe that this, and you have, as I mentioned, you have a major infrastructure problem. I had to endorse Mr. Greisman's speech. If I knew he was going to give it, I wouldn't have had to talk. He is dead on in what he's saying. I just wish that you could take into consideration the reality, the infrastructure reality of that corner right now, particularly what is going on with the TTC and the fact that there are no streetcars and only buses. Traffic is impossible to begin with. The situation will be made worse if you put up a tall building. I'm just pleading with you to take into account the existence of a serious problem and to help those who require help have an easy solution, not be tucked away somewhere because of the fact that they're going to put up another 19-story building, which we don't need there. That street is difficult now. The area is difficult now. That's frankly all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in today to share your thoughts with us. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Okay, you may come up. What's your name? Sorry, I can't hear you.
Use her cell to call in. We've given her the number to call in on it. So she...
Okay, you want to perhaps provide that information? Clerks will provide you with some information to relate to her, so you can call in on her phone. In the interim, is there anyone else like to speak on this item? No. Is Joanne Giacomo on the line? No? Okay.
Council Malcolm as well.
Okay.
there's an unknown number. Just for the check with her right now, so we'll just.
Okay, I think we're connecting.
Here's what you ask her to say, please identify yourself. Read out the number.
Hello?
Okay,
Hello?
are you
I'm
Ms.
Barbara.
Barbara Shernan?
I am indeed.
Okay,
I
yeah.
am indeed. Thank you very much for this. I really appreciate you
No
doing
problem.
this. Unfortunately, it's one of those things. Okay, so
You have
I
5
wanna
minutes to
thank
address the
everybody
committee.
else who spoke here. Pardon me?
You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Go
Hello?
ahead. You have
Yes, I
5
know.
minutes to
Okay.
address the committee. You may proceed.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we
can.
can.
You hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Okay, so just first I want to know, who's Divine LLP? Who do they represent in relation to the amendment?
So you're deputing, you have to speak to the committee. You cannot ask questions. So,
Oh, okay, I just didn't know who they were. Do they represent Bedford Homes? Anyway, there were a lot of red flags here, and I wanted to get to them quickly. First of all, we don't know who the sellers are of Cedarville Terrace because they say there are multiple shareholders, which is kind of murky when you think about, long-term care home. And Karen Howlett, a highly respected journalist of the Globe and Mail, has been following the murkiness of this and says, nursing homes typically change hands through the transfer of their operating licenses, a process that involves the long-term care ministry. We didn't get that. Toronto urgently needs new beds, even as the government embarks on this ambitious program. 18,000 people are waiting for one of the 9,000 beds. Let's get back to Cedarville Terrace. I did send Minister Calandra a letter on April 20th. It went unanswered. Now send it to Minister Cho and Brian Pollard. In fact, MPP Wayne Gates brought up the expiry date issue, which other people have brought up at the meeting, the social policy meeting on September 11th. It seems that the ministry has now set a precedent by deliberately shortening Toronto Cedarville Terrace lease to push residents out of the Cedarville Terrace by the end of 2023, which is contrary to keeping beds and providing quality care for vulnerable members of our province. Could the mayor do something? I actually asked Sipho Mufanago that on January 16th, and she said yes. The mayor could actually ask for an investigation, which I did ask for at the last meeting with the developers, into long-term care home removals. The mayor could direct the appropriate staff to investigate at a city council or executive committee meeting, likely the public health division. Now, we have Mayor John Sewell. I call him mayor out of respect. He just recently posted an item, stop kicking elders to the curb. He states from research that I sent him that the 34 long-term care homes, actually, they are going to be, a third of them are going to be finished in 2025. He says the city must step in. This is a mayor. The one tool it has to deny demolition permits to these private owners, making it clear that it intends to do everything it can to ensure long-term care beds are not lost. One can argue, Mayor Sewell says, that the city does not have the legal authority to deny demolition permits, but the city should use the same strategy the province does. The province's position has been rejected by the court. It appeals again. The provincial officials have indicated they will assist in finding alternative accommodation. This is not true. They're in fact pushing people out who've been on waiting lists for years. This is a real red flag for me. The lack of transparency is just terrible. The fact that the expiry date on the home was changed from 2025 to 2023. Yes, you can do something about it. I've written to them to find out if we can reverse that 2025, to the 2023 to 2025. There's also another issue that's coming up, and that's cockroaches. That remain a serious issue in this building, and I think you'll hear more about that. There have been notations about adequate pest control, and guess what? The operation management of the facility standards and inspections remain the same, so the owners will be liable. And in fact, they did a fogging in July because there are cockroaches there. They're very opportunistic, you must know. If a home is destroyed, the building is demolished, they will simply find a new home across the street or beside them. This is what's going on with Cedarville Terrace. And perhaps using Cedarville Terrace as an example, the city can instruct and pass legislation regarding irresponsible development, particularly when there's an onset of infestation. Now, you want to know, the owners said, Nicola Major, spokesperson for the responsive group, she declined to identify the home's previous owner, who are Rika Care Centers and the responsive group. Speaking on his behalf, she said, It was not possible to, on the existing site, because of inadequate lot size and zoning regulations, to change it. This is not true. In the case of Cedarville Terrace, a well-known architect says that still the residents would have to be removed for a year. They could update and renovate that property, and it would last as a long-term care for another 30 years. This is from an architect who's the director of the Center for Design and Health Innovation, as well as a scholar, researcher, and practitioner. He knows his stuff. He's a professor at both the John H. Daniels faculty and the Dalla Lanham School of Public Health at the University of Toronto. I'm speaking quickly. I hope you're getting it all in. But he summarized his findings. Essentially, he said, you know, this is
Ms.
a
Trennan,
six-level
your
home.
final
It's
thoughts,
an excellent
please.
location.
Your final thoughts,
Okay,
please.
my final thoughts? Okay, well, I'm now asking you to consider going to Mayor Chow. I called for an investigation before City Planning says we can do it, passing something at City Council that will delay this particular amendment until more study is done on this neighborhood home. There are so many red flags.
Okay,
and if
thank you
think
so
about it,
much.
I don't need to tell you that
Thank
your
you.
decision today will create a domino effect if you don't actually relay the amendment.
Any questions for the deputant online? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for deputing today.
Well, I hope that they listen. Do not approve the amendment until more investigation is done.
Yeah, thank you. So T 7.16, 7.6, Councilor Matlow.
So, excuse me, I'm going to move the staff recommendations, but with an undertaking to host a meeting between now and City Council with the applicant, the representatives, and members of the community who have spoken today, along with others who may want to join us. I want to speak to sort of 4 or 5 buckets that I've heard today, just to provide some clarity. There were comments made about the need for affordable housing units, long-term care, construction impact on people's lives, and the need to work on site plan and consider different regulations to the roads. When it comes to affordable housing units, as I believe Councillor Sachs pointed out in her question, we wish as a city that we had more purview over being able to demand affordable housing in our city. That's not the reality under the Ford government. That just isn't the reality. And we continue to advocate for it. In fact, we've just elected a new mayor who isn't willing just to wait for the provincial government to act, but is willing to move forward with a city-run initiative to be able to provide affordable units on our own properties. That is something that I believe every member of this community council shares as a priority. With respect to long-term, and by the way, even Councillor Fletcher's motion, while I respect the spirit of it, would not be enforceable. It would be advising us on what we could have. It doesn't mean that we can have, and there is an important difference there. But it is it's a helpful motion. With respect to long-term care, the residents are right. We need more access to long-term care facilities in many areas of our city. And we have an aging demographic in our city, and this demand, this need is going to become more and more severe as time goes on. The reality of this specific application, though, is that the decision was made by the previous owner to not renew the license. The decision was already made not to have a long-term care facility there. And no matter what one's position is, whether they love or dislike this development application itself, it would be dishonest to sort of tease or suggest that Cedarville Terrace will continue to be a long-term care facility. That's just not reality, and I'd rather give the reality to the community than play with hopes. That being said, as a city, I want us to continue advocating toward the province to ensure that there is better access to affordable long-term care in every community in this city. With respect to construction impact, I heard concerns about that, and I empathize with that. I mean, construction can be a nightmare. The reality is, even if the developer built as of right, in other words, what they could do today, construction would suck. It would be awful. So we need to, no matter what this is, work to mitigate the impact of the construction with the applicant and with their contractors to protect the quality of life of the community. And that will be done, and we're going to work together on that through a process that I will undertake. And with respect to site plan, and, there's some thoughtful suggestions about maybe looking at making changes on Walmer. That's something that we will discuss. We'd have to consult with the community itself. But it is whatever we can do realistically to make sure that people can come and go from their own homes, no matter what. We want to make sure that we look for solutions, and I'm willing to work in partnership with you. So there's time between now and the next city council meeting to come together to look at each of these items thoughtfully, honestly. And I know it's easier to say, let's just fight it and everything will be fine. That's not reality. The reality is we need to make sure that we do this in a way that considers both the reality of the development itself and the needs of the community to have a good quality of life, no matter what is approved. And that's something we're going to work on together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Matlow. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing no others, all those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Public speakers are being cut off. I asked for a call. No one else responded. You cannot ask questions of any of the councilors here, but feel free to. I did not see him.
May I reopen it momentarily to allow this?
Yes. The motion to moved by Councilor Matlow. Motion to reopen. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. What's your name, sir?
My name is Roald Nascard, and I reside at 447 Walmer Road.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to depute to the committee.
I'm sorry?
You have 5 minutes to depute to the committee.
Okay, it will be very short. And obviously, living on the southwest corner unit, I'm one of the residents most dramatically affected by the development that's being proposed next door. And but I don't want to descend into NIMBYism and accept that an enlarged development of the site next door is inevitable. But that doesn't, however, allay my dismay at losing entirely a dramatic panoramic view of the city and the morning sunlight that we have from our windows, and the threat to the southern landscape view from our living room window. These views were significantly pluses that encouraged us to move into our unit. But that's a personal issue. The bigger question is, how does the proposed design fit into our current neighborhood as it now stands? How sensitive or insensitive is it to that neighborhood? And I'm really talking more about aesthetic matters in this case. Now, in my brief that I submitted, I submitted a photo or attached a photo of 147 Avenue Road, which looks to be by the same architect and developer. Whether it is or not, the photo gives us some sense of how behemoth-like the proposed building threatens to be and how unsuitable it is for our neighborhood. And 147 Avenue Road is only some 10 stories high. This executed building also suggests what may look good on the drafting table or in a digital mock-up is somehow less successful in reality. 147 Avenue Road is extremely muscular in a way that's out of harmony with the facades of both 425 and 447 and 449. Even the giant 400 Walmer Road is more human in its proportions. As others have observed, the proposed 429 looks like a giant cruise liner pulling into a tiny harbor about to dislodge thousands of passengers. The developer clearly wants the biggest footprint possible, and it may even if it may be incompatible with the character of the neighboring apartment buildings. I realize that the loss of southward views of the city may be inevitable for those of us in the south end of 44 Walmer, especially from our bedroom windows. But the lack of setback from the street will unacceptably obstruct also our southwest corner views. We should also, with what I see as a large wraparound balconies at each corner of the proposed 429 design, be concerned about encroachments upon our ambience, breathing space, and privacy. I'm curious also about the height of the first two floors and the design treatment onto the street. Will the bottom two floors be humanly scaled and street-friendly or just big? At 147 Avenue Road, the two-story street-level design is harshly monumental and pedestrian-unfriendly, if not forbidding. It is best seen, or maybe not seen at all, from moving cars and fast traffic. Toronto is already burdened by overscale podiums unfriendly to street life. This is a building, I suspect, that's parachuted in from a developer's portfolio of high-rise designs and is quite alien to our neighborhood. It really needs a block all to itself or some other more spacious environment. Thank you.
Thank you for deputing today. Any questions of deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming in today. Sorry, my mic. T 7.6, Councilor Matlow.
So as I said earlier, I'm going to move the staff recommendations, and we're going to meet as a community with the applicants in the next, over the next few weeks.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. Items T 7.7, 399 to 405 Yonge Street, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report. For approval, we have 3 speakers on this item. First up is Adam J. Brown, Sherman Brown, barristers and solicitors. You have 5 minutes to depute to the committee. Mr. Brown, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of Community Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'll be extremely brief. This is a report that endorses a settlement that already was approved by Council. I'm very pleased about the settlement we reached, not because of the design, not because of all the aspects of it that we were able to work out with your office, Councillor, and city staff, and who were extremely helpful, and city legal, who came up with a fantastic approach to secure social housing. What I'm most proud about is when we started this project, one of the most important...
We'll see how long the day is. Oh, it's committee today.
Sorry, one moment.
Derek's sick, so yeah. Yeah.
I pause your time.
No worries.
You may proceed.
So we had a lot of important neighbors, I was telling you, and one of the most important neighbors we had to the immediate east on Gerrard was Covenant House. And we immediately engaged in discussions because we wanted to work out a resolution before we finalized our design with the city to provide units, 2 floors of units for Covenant House at 0 cost to Covenant House. And throughout that process, we were able to achieve that result, achieve a block design. We know we have a neighbor to the north who wasn't happy. They were 25 feet or 7.5 meters. We couldn't work out a deal to acquire them, but the most important aspect was delivering the units for Covenant House. And we achieved that deal with Covenant House, and City Legal came up with an extremely forward-thinking approach, which is a provision under the City of Toronto Act to secure those units for social housing outside of the old Section 37 of the community benefits number. So we're proud of that. My client and the partnership crew are proud that we're able to achieve that. I know that in response to some concerns about the setback to the north for a 7.5 meter wide site, and I know my friends are here to speak to that, they were concerned all the way through. It was approved at council. It's the same design that's before you today. I know there's a compromise that we were asked to consider and agree to, which we did. I won't comment on it, but to say we're really proud of what we achieved on this development, not just for the design, but for the delivery of units to Covenant House. And thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I have a question. For those of us, for those who don't know who Covenant House is and what they're about, perhaps you could elaborate as to, you know, their function and what role they play in the community and the city.
I'm gonna oversimplify because what they do is fantastic, but for young kids who are in need, young adults who are in need of housing with, who face very difficult situations and have to leave their families and seek refuge, Covenant House provides an unbelievable center for living and for counseling and for taking the most kids with the most difficult issues that they've grown up with through no fault of their own and helping them out through those issues and housing them and providing programs and providing support. I have friends who are on the board who I knew when we worked on this site from the outset. I happen to be on the board and work with other foundations like RENA that deal with it for a different group. And these type of groups rely on private funding, and they rely on efforts like we've made in this situation to provide housing. So if this housing wasn't provided for them, it wouldn't be provided. And You know, the other comment, when I was looking at the site, one of the things that came up when you asked that question was, well, you guys have this large site, and what about, you know, expanding on your own site and doing something on your own site? And the comment from Covenant House is maybe in the future, but for the now, it's very difficult to take kids out of that site, take those facilities out of their existing site, and then try and house them somewhere else. So if we can help in one small way, because we're going to attach to their building, that's fantastic. It's a great result.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next deputant is Natalie Ast. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee. You may proceed.
Good morning. My name is Natalie Ast from Overland LLP, and I'm here on behalf of Gencel 407 Yonge Street, Inc., the owner of the property that's located at 407 Yonge Street, which is immediately north of the subject site. I also have my client representative, Dr. Duramshi. He's in attendance, registered as a speaker today, but he's here to speak to any questions you might have. So we submitted correspondence on September 14th that were outlining our concerns that relate to the proposal's 0-meter lot line condition. We've now had a chance to review the plans as well as the revised zoning bylaw that was posted on Friday. Now, our client is making a very specific request for changes to the proposal, as well as the implementing zoning bylaw amendment to incorporate a prohibition on windows on the north elevation up to a 20-meter height above grade. Now, Gencel has participated actively in the consideration of this proposed development at 399 Yonge. This was through submissions to the city in January 2023, as well as being a party at the Ontario Land Tribunal proceedings. We note that 399Y Corporation eventually withdrew their appeal of the zoning bylaw amendment to permit a zoning bylaw amendment to be enacted pursuant to Section 453(1) of the City of Toronto Act, and that was securing that social housing that my friend spoke to. Now, this withdrawal of the zoning appeal left many of Gencel's issues with respect to the interface unresolved. The official plan amendment that was approved by the OLT also did not address or make any findings on the appropriateness of this interface with the Gencel site, including a 0-meter setback and a 0 lot line windows condition. Now, based on the current zoning for my client's site, it may develop up to a height of 20 meters, and my client is interested in exploring a medical office building up to a height of about 5 to 6 stories, and this would help to serve thousands of new residents that are coming to this area. Now, as part of our correspondence, we provided some annotated plans, and the notations in red denote the windows that interface with the north lot line directly adjacent to my client's property. If you turn to page A412, the northern elevation is enlarged, and there is a red box that denotes the 20-meter height limit for my client's as-of-right permissions, as well as some notations that denote the glazing that's shown there. Now, I understand that levels 2 and 3 are being proposed for the Covenant House social housing component within the development. Now, it's important to understand the context of this development as well as the interface with the Gencel site. If the Gencel site were to develop to an as-of-right height permission of 20 meters, the north-facing windows would be covered by the wall of our client's building, which we submit as inappropriate for any residential windows, in particular, those windows that are associated with Covenant House. It's also important to note that if you look at the architectural set, drawing A411 shows the east elevation, and there's an exposed concrete treatment where the development interfaces with Covenant House to the east. It's our submission at this time that the plans could be revised to remove windows in the north elevation below the 20-meter as-of-right height. We'd also ask that the zoning bylaw amendment be updated, adding a provision that would prohibit windows on the northern property line up to 20 meters above grade. The prohibition that we had proposed in the zoning bylaw was that no windows are permitted on the north elevation of the building at or below a height of 20 meters above grade, unless the windows are set back 5.5 meters from the north property line. In conclusion, we had made these concerns known to the applicant, Covenant House, and City Legal in the past, as well as through our recent correspondence. It's important to envision not just our client's site as a 2-story building, but to protect for potential development and address a substandard interface and lot line condition so that the Gencel site is not sterilized indefinitely. The prohibition we have proposed would allow for the Gensel site to develop to a height of 20 meters without the need for any mitigation measures to accommodate the 0-meter lot line condition. That's it for my presentation. If you have any questions for me or my client representative, please let us know.
Thank you for your interpretation today. Is Mr. Dharmashi going to present as well, or was the joint?
I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have, sir.
Okay, any questions for the deputant? Okay, seeing none. Okay, thank you for coming in today.
And I guess I can address briefly the compromise that was brought to us. We do see it as a positive development. I know Mr. Brown touched on it briefly, but we would like some time. We haven't been able to explore that potential with our planner. So we were trying to get on the line with him, but we'd like to continue discussions if that assists.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to move an amendment. It's on the screen. Ms. alluded to the compromise in her deputation right now, in that, we have made some changes, and perhaps when you speak to your planner between now and perhaps council, if some changes are needed, I may consider them. But in the interim, excuse me, I'm going to move this amendment. All those in favor of them? Any speakers on it? Nope. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed, as amended? All those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. Next item is TE 7.8. And we do have two speakers on this item. Patrick William, are you here? Okay, Annette Gasher. Are you here, Annette Gasher? No? Anyone else in the room like to speak on this item? The depute on this item? Okay, seeing none. Councilor Fletcher, this is 5, 7, 9, 11, 15, and 19 Cosburn Avenue, and 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, and 40 Gowan Avenue rental housing demolition application decision approval. Councilor Fletcher?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I will move to approve that with the following comments, that this was a big buy of a whole number of single-family homes and some other sites. There was a very thorough process by the City of Toronto for rental replacement, a very important bylaw that we have, because there are 26 new rental units that have to be replaced, and very strict compliance is required to make sure that tenants are not evicted or rent-evicted in this circumstance. So I just want to approve this, but I also want to really thank the staff for their hard work in making sure that the tenants are looked after in a circumstance of this kind. It's a very large number of rental replacements. I think that we will understand that from a number of different. Also, I was able to secure 10 affordable units, working very hard with the developer, and thank you to legal staff for assisting me in that. This is where, I believe strongly we're building something. We need to fight hard to put affordable rental in every building we build. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will approve the demolition here, and then we'll get on with this site rebuilding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fletcher. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. The next item is TE 7.14, 561 Jarvis and 102-120 Earl Place. There is one speaker on this item, Annette Gosher. Are you here?
Let's go to number 9. We're on item 9 now.
Sorry, one moment.
Because this is just the speakers.
I was on the wrong list. That's okay. It's all good. TE 7.9, 16, 32, 44, and 66 Walpole Avenue official plan amendment and rental housing applications. Decision approval. Councilor Fletcher.
Yes, Chair, I'm going to move to.
Sorry, any public speaker on this item?
Oh, sorry.
Off my game here. Any public speakers? Seeing none. Councilor Fletcher, go ahead.
I'm going to move to approve, and just of interest, this is part of a large TCHC development that had some of the single-family homes attached, and this is just an official plan amendment to detach them, to put them to the Circle Land Trust, which, as everybody knows, I believe you all know, the big fight we had to save them, and that 2 land trusts were created. So with this official plan amendment, these homes can be officially transferred to Circle. So thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and I'll move to approve.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers on this item?
I just want to say, well done, Councillor Fletcher.
Kudos. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. TE 7.10, 264 Kenworth Avenue and 50 Norway Avenue official plan amendments and rental housing conversion application decision approval. Councillor Bradford. Any speakers? Any public speakers? Seeing none. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks. I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
Okay. Any speakers to this item? Seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.11, 307 Lakeshore Boulevard East, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and site plan control application. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik.
I have a few questions. First, we haven't checked the public.
Yeah. Any public speakers on this item? Seeing none. Councillor Malik.
I have a few questions for staff on this item. Are we good? Yeah, okay. So this site is within the East Bayfront Waterfront Precinct, and more specifically the Quayside District. I'd like to hear a little bit more from staff on this piece. Can you outline the planning context for this block within the East Bayfront Precinct Plan? And the recent Quayside Development Partnership with Waterfront Toronto is implementing this framework. Can you outline what is planned for this block in this agreement?
So I'm Chris Hilbrecht, a community planner with Toronto and East York Community Planning. And so that's correct. This site is located within the East Bayfront, and then more specifically within the Keating Channel West precinct of the East Bayfront. So there is an existing planning framework for this site under the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan and a settlement that was reached with previous landowners, Waterfront Toronto and the city, back in 2017. This site is a small triangular parcel that is part of a larger block that will be formed through the realignment of Parliament Street and the extension of Queen's Quay across the Parliament Slip. So although it currently looks like a isolated parcel, it's part of a larger block with an existing tower permission. That site is that adjacent site forms part of the Quayside project, which the Deputy Mayor alluded to, and that is subject to active development applications as well from Waterfront Toronto and their development partner. And I think that
Okay,
was...
thank you for that context. What concerns do you have for the introduction of another unplanned tower on this small block?
So staff have, through the chair, that staff have reviewed the proposal, and we have concerns with the introduction of an additional tower onto this block due to the 3-meter setback proposed, which is significantly lower than our typical separation distance that we would request 12.5 meters from a lot line that's not a street, so that we could achieve a minimum of a 25-meter tower separation. We are concerned that the introduction of a second tower absent coordination with the neighboring landowner to the south, would result in a condition that is not particularly livable.
Thank you for that. And what are the affordable housing requirements for the development in this area, and what has the developer proposed at this time?
Through the chair, I'll just scroll down to those for a moment because they are somewhat detailed. This site, so there is an existing affordable housing requirement under zoning bylaw 1174-2010 as approved and amended by the Ontario Municipal Board in 2017. And that requires the provision of at least 10% of the total residential GFA as affordable rental housing, secured as rental housing for 25 years, and secured at affordable rents for at least 15 years. Or another option is dedication of land to the city sufficient to provide not less than 18% of the total residential floor area as affordable rental housing. Or another option is a cash in lieu contribution to the city equal to the value of land sufficient to provide 20% of the total residential GFA as affordable rental housing. Was that the full question? Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I just have one final question. I guess at this time, has the developer responded to any suggestions to coordinate or partner with Waterfront Toronto in the Quayside area to accommodate a better development solution?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the chair, it's Carly Bowman, Director of Community Planning. I can't speak for the developer. However, we have continued to suggest that they connect with the neighboring landowners. The matter, as you know, is under appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal at this point.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have a question there, please.
Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'm just interested, is this not part of the Central Waterfront? This piece of property?
Through the chair, Councillor Fletcher, you're correct. It is part of the Central Waterfront.
And there are requirements for the Central Waterfront plan, I believe, are there not?
You are correct. Through the chair, you're correct, Councillor Fletcher. What Chris was outlining was the specific obligations that have been introduced on this site through historic approvals.
Thank you, but I'm just along the waterfront, on all sites, there is an affordable requirement.
Through the chair, I'll invite my colleagues from Strategic Initiatives from our housing group to speak specifically to the Central Waterfront more broadly. We also have our colleagues from the Housing Secretariat here in the event that they would wish to add anything.
I'm just interested in the Central Waterfront plan.
Through the chair, yes, there are policy objectives for affordable housing under the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan. What Chris had outlined were the specific affordable housing requirements on this site to implement the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan, being either 10% on-site units, 18% land contribution, or a cash in lieu contribution.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. I will move the staff recommendations, and I just have a few comments. Waterfront revitalization has been advanced through a combination of development on private and publicly held lands. The planning coordination of Waterfront Toronto has ensured that we are achieving coherent, inclusive, and beautiful communities through all these spaces. The Quayside project has been refocused in the last 2 years and advanced by Waterfront Toronto and their development partner, committed to a degree of design excellence, generous public realm, and social benefits that meet the expectations of a green, accessible, and innovative neighborhood. These are thoughtfully planned objectives that involve coordination of infrastructure, new transportation networks, and a new development block that will feature the public realm that connects people to the waterfront. I continue to encourage this developer to engage Waterfront Toronto and city planning to come to a coordinated approach to develop on this block. What we see here does fall short of what we can accept as a way to build a neighborhood, and more than ever, we cannot accept less than what we have been planned, what has been planned related to affordable housing. With that, I will move to adopt the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Okay. Any other speakers on item? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? This carried. Thank you. So we do need to reopen item TE 7.8. We have a speaker, Mr. Patrick William. There was some confusion as to where he was on the list. So can I have a motion to reopen? Councilor Fletcher, do you mind?
Yes, this is the Cosburn and Gowan rental demolition.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, and I move to reopen that to hear our deputant.
Thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? This carried. Mr. Patrick Williams, are you on the line or in the room?
I'm on the line. I have a side name here rather than the usual. Thank you very much.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to address the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you. For the last decade, I have lived at 1145 Logan Avenue, and my place is going to be looking south towards the location that the building is going to be, where the demolition is going to take place. I have been in the area and I've seen how much that this construction is going to affect the area, not only for public transit, but also just for light pollution, for dust from the construction, from so much more than that. Already in my area, the buses are closing down for the TTC for the time being, given construction at the station, and this is only going to make things worse. I'm not entirely sure of how long this is going to take. We have the expectation, but the expectation is never the same as what is the reality. The density in terms of buildings in the area is absolutely packed even before this, and this building that is going to go up is going to be a terrible pollution for light, for blocking out, and it doesn't seem to be in terms of things for making affordable housing. It seems to be just another very large thing going into making money, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be good for the area. Capacity, and this money could be used instead of throwing up another huge eyesore skyscraper. And instead, it could be going into schools or so forth. This is my main words against this. Thank you for hearing me.
Okay, is that it? Okay, thank you.
That is all.
Okay, thank you for your deputation today. Any questions of deputant? Yes. Seeing and hearing none, thank you for coming in today. Councilor Fletcher, you want to move the item again?
Well, I want to move the item again, but just also to say to Patrick that this is only the demolition. The actual proposal was already approved at the Ontario Land Tribunal. But having heard what you've said, Patrick, at City Council, I'm going to put a construction management plan for the demolition there in order to reduce all of the dust and the issues that you've brought up here. And I want to thank you for coming and reminding me of that. So hold tight. You'll see something when we get to City Council on October 11th. I'll be amending the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. That's moved. Next item is item TE 7.12, 20 Wilmer Road and 188 Walther Avenue zoning bylaw amendment and site plan control application. Any public speakers on this item? Seeing none. Councilor Sachs?
I move the staff recommendations.
Okay, any questions of staff? Seeing none. Any speakers? All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Item T 7.13, 1196-1210 Young Street and 2 to 8 Birch Avenue zoning bylaw amendment, site plan control and rental housing application. Any public speakers on this item? Seeing none. Councillor Atlow.
I move the staff recommendation.
Any speakers to this item? Seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. T 7.14, 561 Jarvis Street and to 102 120 Earl Place, official plan and zoning bylaw, amendment application, rental housing demolition and conversion application. We do have a public speaker here. Annette Gasher, are you here? Okay. It's not her. Okay, she's not here. I am going to move staff's recommendation on this item. Any questions? Any speakers? Seeing none. All those in favor? You gotta vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. I'll do my best to get through this. Item TE 7.15, 175-185 King Street East, zoning bylaw amendment application appeal report. We have two public speakers on here. Oh, just saw this one name over here that I recognized. First speaker is Rod Monette. I think he's online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the council today. I'd also like to thank the Planning Committee for what I think is a very excellent report. And I certainly support the recommendation in the planner's report as well. I think it does a really good job of the various considerations and issues surrounding this development. I'm part of a group of some 25 or so concerned citizens regarding this particular development. And I would say, Chair, that we're not against development. In fact, I think development is great for the area. It's an important part of the city, but the development should be appropriate to the neighborhood and the area. So, Mr. Chair, I have 3 points that I would make. The first is that Old Town Toronto is a very unique area. And I'm sure that you folks hear this all the time from individuals saying that their neighborhood is unique. However, there's really no other way to say it. This is an important historic neighborhood. The building itself is going to go on top of the oldest row of townhouses in the city. They were built between 1830 and 1850. It's a stone's throw from the St. Lawrence Market, St. Lawrence Hall, St. James Church. So it's an important and sensitive historic area. In fact, the city acknowledges itself that it's a pretty important area. In the King Parliament Secondary Plan, it basically says that development in the area really should fit in with the neighborhood. And it says that there's consideration of, I'm quoting here, such matters as building height, massing, scale, setbacks, step backs, roof line, and profile and architectural character and expression. So first point, Old Town is important. Second point is that there are some elements of the proposal that really don't fit in, I think, with the requirements of the King Parliament Secondary Plan. And I would say, Chair and councillors, that there have been some very good discussions with the developer. The St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association and the city planners have had some good constructive discussions. We very much appreciate that. There are two particular elements that I would like to draw to the attention of council this morning. And the first has to do with the height of the building. If councillors do have the planner's report available to you in front of you, there is a really interesting picture, page 10 of 15, if you have the planner's report available. And it's just a depiction of what that building would look like in the neighborhood. And what I would say is that the height of the building should be consistent with the other large buildings in the area. So for example, directly to the north of the building, there's a 16-story building, King George Square. There's a development going up across the street on George Street, that's 17 stories. And the first point I would make is that I believe that the height of the building should be consistent with those other large buildings. Otherwise, it's just going to sort of stick out like a sore thumb. The other specific area that I would mention is that, as I understand the proposal, the west-facing wall isn't going to have any windows. It's going to be a blank wall. And I think that would not be particularly attractive and consistent with the heritage architecture in the area. And I think that's another area that bears some further discussion. So that's my second point, Chair. My third point is that there's a lot of development going on in the area. At the community consultation that took place in January, city planning put up a chart that showed that there are 19 25-plus story buildings either under construction, approved, or proposed in the area. So I think it's really important that the cumulative impacts of this development be considered. And so I just would simply finish by saying, Mr. Chair, that This has gone to the Ontario Land Tribunal. We support the conversations that are happening now. We support the planner's report, and we certainly would highly appreciate advocacy from council on keeping an eye on what's happening in Old Town and making sure that development maintains the attractive and very important historic elements of our city. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Monette, for deputing today. Any questions of council members? Seeing none? Okay, thank you. James McAndrews, you're up next. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee. And welcome. Right.
In Old Town, Toronto. It is an amazing place. You have all been there, I'm sure. You've got the St. Lawrence Market, you've got St. James Cathedral, you've got St. James Park, you've got St. Lawrence Hall. These are historic buildings. They're the beginning of Toronto. The warehouses Rod mentioned, the first one is the oldest in Toronto, 1833. None of us were alive and none of us will be 200 years from now. But are those buildings and is that area worth saving? That's the question, not just for the residents that live there and not just for you, but for future generations, your children, your grandchildren. Do you want to be able to take them to that area and show them this is what things look like in 200 years? These buildings, the warehouse buildings, are the oldest in Toronto, 3 or 4 stories high, red brick, stone detailing, iron adornments. That was the first buildings in Toronto. Do you want a massive 35-story building of glass and steel with bright white, 3/4 of a city block long and more than half a city block deep, 35 stories? Is that what you want in your oldest block in Toronto? Are you going to take your kids, your grandchildren and say, oh, come and see this? No. I mean, a building that fits in would be welcome. It would be great. But what fits in there? So not just Councillor Moisey, who happens to be our representative, but all councillors. This is your Toronto. This is your oldest part of Toronto. What are you going to do to make sure that it's a place that is welcome for tourists? We see tourists all the time. I'm helping them out. They're lost. It's not going to be like that if you allow a massive building to be built there that has nothing to do with the heritage of the area. The area, there are 2 bylaws that you have passed, you or your predecessors, the 41 downtown plan and also the, it takes 4 minutes to say it, the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Heritage Conservation District Plan, passed in 2015. I understand that took you 10 years to develop, but I think it's excellent. I've read the whole thing. It is prescriptive. It goes through what is allowed in terms of heights, in terms of massing, in terms of building material. The Gupta proposal meets none of those requirements. It is, first of all, they proposed 33 stories and then they were able to buy another one of the old warehouses. So then they said, well, let's make it 35. And the west wall, of course, has no windows. Now, you might ask yourselves, as we have asked, why no windows? Because that's the best view. But of course, if you can buy the next couple of warehouses, and I've talked to the people that work there, they're worried about that. Of course, then you don't have to worry about windows on the west wall. You can just continue the building to the end of the block. So is that really honestly what you councillors want? This is our city. At my age, I don't know how much longer I'm going to live. Most of you are younger than I. But what do you want for your city? Is this area worth saving? Like, ask yourself, each of you as councillors, as representatives of this city, this is your oldest part of your city, 200 years old almost. What's worth saving? Can you put in a building that would be appropriate? That would be great. Something that adds to adds to the area. Like one of your 5.2 of your act or your bylaw says visual and physical compatibility with the cultural heritage values must be achieved. Visual compatibility is achieved with appropriate design, massing, and proportions. A monolith, 35 stories, it meets none of those requirements. And it also, your act says, or your bylaw, while physical compatibility speaks to the use of materials and construction methods. So what's there? Red brick, stone detailing, wrought iron adornments. The building that is proposed has nothing to do with that. And you and I are sure if it goes through, it will make the Gupta Group a fortune. That's business. But is that what you want in your city? Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you for coming in today and sharing your thoughts with us. I do have one question for you. So looking at staff's recommendation, have you looked at staff's recommendation?
Pardon?
Have you looked at staff's recommendation on this report?
Which recommendations are you referring to?
Well, there are 3 recommendations made by staff. And it's actually to go to the Toronto Lands Tribunal to address this building itself.
I have read everything, but I'm not sure what you are referring to. I read the 126 pages of the Conservation Act as well, which I think is an amazing piece of legislation. If you have not read it, please do read it.
Okay.
But I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, what you're referring to.
Fair. I will actually have staff put it on the screen, so perhaps we can all take a look at it when the time comes. But thank you for your deputation today.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
So I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this item. Can you are you able to put it up on the screen for us? I'll just sort of read or paraphrase some of the items here. City Council direct the city solicitor and appropriate city staff to attend the Ontario Land Tribunal in opposition to the current application regarding the zoning bylaw amendment appeal for the lands at 175 King Street East, and to continue discussions with the applicant in an attempt to resolve outstanding issues. I don't have my glasses, but I'm gonna read that. And second, in the event that the Ontario Land Tribunal allows the appeals in whole or in part, City Council authorized the city solicitor to request that the assurance of any final order be withheld until such time as the city solicitor advises, and there are 4 bullet points here. So again, this is not to approve the application as it is. It's actually authorizing our legal staff to go to the tribunal to oppose this development. So just to be clear. Any other speakers on this item? All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. Where am I?
716.
Okay. Item TE 7.16, 237 Victoria Street Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Appeals Report. Any public speakers on this item? Seeing none. Councillor, that's me. Move that. I am going to move staff's recommendations on this. Any speakers? Seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.17, 21 and 35 to 53 Broadview Avenue, 344 Eastern Avenue, and 18 to 34 and 40 Lewis Street Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application. Any public speakers on this item? Seeing none. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Chair, I have a motion here.
Do you have
This
one?
is at the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the motion is to, I think, is it on the screen? It has to do with a construction management plan to exclude this site from permit parking. And this is in negotiations to city legal to prioritize affordable housing in these negotiations. Based on my pilot, they will determine what they're asking for and negotiate from
Council,
there.
and I will still give a second motion, Councilor Fletcher? Oh, you spoke to it? Okay, great. All right. Any other speakers on this item? All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. An item as amended. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Item T 7.18, we do have one public speaker on here. 654 to 668 Danforth Avenue zoning bylaw amendment application. Ramsey Kilani, are you here? Okay, calling once, going twice. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, do you want to speak to this item?
The same with this one, Mr. Chair. This is at Pape and Danforth, and it is technically a transit-oriented community site for the Ontario line. We are at the Ontario Land Tribunal. I do have the same construction management plan, exclude from permit parking and prioritize affordable housing with the numbers that the Housing Secretary has identified for city legal. And also just to say that it's really premature because the transit-oriented community, and those of you who have places on the Ontario line certainly understand that that's supposed to be a general planning exercise with IO, and none of that has happened at this site. So I consider this to be quite premature, and we are telling them to oppose this current plan at the Ontario Land Tribunal. Thank you.
Okay. Any speakers on this item? Okay, all those in favor? Amendment? Okay, as amended, all those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. T 7.19, 46R, 46-52, and 52R Lane Street, official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendment application. Any public speakers on this item? Seeing none. Councilor Fletcher, you're it.
I have a question of staff, please, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Questions of staff.
Yeah, this application, like one other that I've had in my ward, actually assumes that the development can use the city park as its front yard. In other words, you spill out the door and you're immediately in the park. And I'm wondering from planning staff, park staff or planning staff, about how that, your opinion on that. I think that's a problem, and I'm assuming you do too.
Through the chair, we do find a problem with the current setbacks that are proposed. We will be working through the OLT and mediation process to improve that, as we do anticipate with the current proposal that there would be conflicts between the park users and the people that would be moving into this building.
I guess it's a bigger picture item. Maybe Ms. Bowman can answer as far as public space and private space and the interface between the two, particularly a park. If a developer is simply assuming that they can use the park from their front door, is that something that we need to be a little more worried about and have better policies around?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Fletcher. Through the chair, it's Carly Bowman again. We have obligations in our planning framework around private development, providing amenity space to serve residents on site. So the assumption through the planning process is that indoor and outdoor amenity space will be provided to support the residents of a building. That's not to say that it wouldn't be complementary to have adjacent park spaces, but exactly as you say, Councillor, the park does not substitute for a building's obligation to provide amenity space for its residents.
Yes, but the use of a public space, assuming that it can be used directly by a private developer as part of their development application, seems very surprising to me. Were they informed of that?
Through the chair, Councillor, there was some discussion about this at the community consultation meeting. I'm not confident that the proponent had intended to use the park as their front yard, but I do agree that the setbacks between the building, the proposed building, and the adjacent city park were not satisfactory. It's one of the issues that we've identified, and thank you to Andrea Bake from Parks for speaking a bit about how the Parks staff seek to achieve appropriate spacing around city assets.
I seem to recall, though, that their presentation was very clear about having this great development roll right out into the park. Perhaps we can review that before council, because I intend to take steps about this situation.
Thank you, Councillor. We'd be pleased to. I also recall them describing the interplay between their proposed development and the city park.
But I'm just wondering what the formal approach now has been, not from the community consultation and the neighbors, but from the city in telling a developer that that is a city facility for the whole neighborhood, not for the number of people that have bought their condo on the park site. I'm not clear that I heard that.
Through the chair, Councillor, you're quite right. The applicant has been advised that the park cannot serve as their development's amenity space.
So we could deal with that from a park's point of view as well, even before these negotiations at the OLT. Would I be right to say that?
Through the chair, you would be correct, Councillor.
Good. Thank you very much. Thanks so much. With that, I'll move my motions, Mr. Chair.
Yep, go ahead.
Unless somebody else has questions. Somebody else might have questions, but I'm not sure that happens in other wards. I have my motions, construction management plan. This is if it succeeds at the OLT, exclude from permit parking, and to prioritize the affordable housing with the numbers that have been given to them by the Housing Secretariat. And also to say I'm extremely concerned about the, I'll just say the pushiness of an application that takes a park that is city facility and simply assumes that it can be used in that way by the developer. And their designs show what a great place it would be to live, because you could just walk out your front door into the park. I am extremely concerned about that. That's the second time I've had that. Another one was at Joel Weeks Park, where very aggressively developers said we're going to use the park space as part of our development. I believe that's the same we're hearing here. So at council, Mr. Chair, I will be trying to deal with this particular site and also perhaps trying to figure out how to discourage that in a development application. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment as amended? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item TE 7.20, 402 and 404 Sherburne Street inclusion to the Heritage Register. 20A, 402 and 404 Sherburne Street inclusion and the Heritage Register. Any public speakers on this item? Seeing none, this is my ward, 20. I move to staff's recommendations. Any speakers? All those in favor? Yeah, you have to vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item T.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Sorry, just on number 18, I thought I had added the motions on the construction management plan and permit parking, and I'm just not sure that I did that or I did that successfully.
Let me.
Would you check on that, please?
Staff is checking.
Thank you.
In the interim, why don't we move on? Yes, you did.
Yeah.
You did. Thank you.
I did. They're moved. Okay. Thank you.
Moved. Thank you.
There's no Sean.
T 7.21. There are a few public speakers on this item. Josh Goldstein, are you here? Yeah. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Go ahead. Proceed. Make sure your mic is on. Is the red button on?
Yes, the red button is on.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for allowing me the time to speak in front of you today. I'm here to discuss the residential demolition application for 2 residential units at 95 and 99 Strawn Avenue. To give you a quick overview of this site, it's part of a larger development site which has 6 addresses, legal addresses, 2 of which are the residential units we're discussing today, and the other 4 are non-residential. So the development site has been zoned already, so that's completed, and we're currently working through the site plan process. Most recently, we submitted our application at the beginning of August. At the same time, we also submitted our building permit application. So the project will provide 192 purpose-built rental units, including 35 affordable rental units. And we are looking to conserve the existing Palace Arms Hotel, which has heritage elements that provide historic significance. And so to explain more about the reason why we're coming here today, like I said, it ties into the non-res demo applications, which can't be released until these residential units are approved for demolition. And so when we look at our construction schedule, it's vitally important that we start work on those heritage elements as soon as possible. They take sufficient lead time to reinforce and shore up the heritage facade, which requires concurrent demolition of all the existing buildings on site. On top of that, we also are currently considering incorporating geothermal into the project, which requires substantial work once you demo and get to the bottom of the hole, but before you can start constructing the building. So given those items that will take, we'll start during demo and after demo. If we don't receive approval today and we are delayed, that will delay eventual occupancy of those rental units. So we would greatly appreciate Toronto, and I should have noted before, all the units on site are already vacant, getting ready for demolition and construction. We would greatly appreciate if Community Council would approve our request today so that we can provide the immense public benefit that the project does provide. We are looking to get started on this and provide those units as soon as possible, and we hope that you share in our interest in that. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Okay, thank you. Any questions to Deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person is Shalzia Rajan. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You may proceed.
All right. Good morning to the chair and the members of committee. Thank you for your time today. Through the chair, my name is Shaliza Rajan. I'm a planner at Bousfield, and we are the planners at 950 King Street West, the site that Josh just spoke about. A little background on the site. The site is currently occupied by a 3-story heritage building known as the Palace Tavern. Rezoning for the subject site was completed in last year for a 14-story building with adaptive reuse of the heritage facade. And as Josh mentioned, a site plan approval application is currently underway. 950 King Street West is also planned as a purpose-built rental building. With respect to the matter at hand, a letter of support for the approval of the residential application demolition permit has been submitted by my colleagues at Bousfield and I, so I'll keep my remarks brief. I'm here to express support for the approval of the residential application demolition permit. As outlined by Josh, now is an appropriate time for the proposed demolition permit in order to secure the heritage facade and the necessary preparatory work on site. This work will take a bit of time to complete, and an appropriate runway for the heritage facade features to be maintained is necessary. We're really excited about the heritage facade retention and are looking forward to these elements staying. Most significantly, however, I would like to emphasize to the committee that the Palace Arms at 950 King Street West includes a significant number of affordable housing units. Specifically, 22 affordable housing rental units were secured in the past through Section 37. An additional 13 affordable rental housing units have been supported through the City of Toronto's Open Doors program. This represents a significant addition to the supply of new purpose-built rental in the area. I would like to emphasize that the collaboration between the City of Toronto and our client is particularly unique in this interest and represents a very keen eye towards the public interest and the development of affordable housing. For the reasons outlined in my remarks, as well as in the letter provided, we recommend approval of the residential application demolition permit. Josh and I are here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for deputing today. Any questions for Deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, next person to speak is Annette Gasher. Are you here, Annette? No? Okay. Deputy Mayor Malik, you want to move this item?
Yes, thank you. The members of this committee will know well that this item has been before us twice through conversations with both the chief building official and heritage staff. We have seen a path forward in favor of proceeding, so I'm happy to move forward with option 3, and I move to approve option 3 of the staff recommendation.
Okay, any questions for the mover? Speaking? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendments? All those opposed, carried as amended? That's good? Okay, it's good. We're good. If clerks is good, I'm good. Item T 7.22. That's my item. 73, 75, and 77 McGill Street, residential demolition application. Are there any public speakers to this item? Okay, seeing none. 22. Are there? Oh, sorry. My apologies. Christian Huggett, are you here?
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to address the committee. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. I had.
We cannot hear you. You're very faint and choppy.
Is this better now, sir?
Yes, a little better.
Okay, I'll try my best here. I had submitted a presentation online. I'm happy to share, or if I could share that.
Able to share. Okay. Give staff a moment.
Thank you.
Yes, you may go ahead and share your presentation.
Thank you. Okay, hopefully you can see that. Do you see that?
We do see your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just introduce myself. I know I'm on the clock. My name is Christian Huggett. I am a developer at Podium. We are representing the owners at 73 to 75 McGill. We're going to just address a few items. We are a multifamily rental student housing developer working all over the GTA. We are the development manager for the owner, and the subject properties, together with an adjacent address, are part of a larger assembly of properties subject to an active application as 396 Church. To orient all, Church Street is on the side of our site with McGill on the north. There are 3 addresses. These are 3 existing row houses that are vacant. We have submitted demolition applications for all 3 row houses. These properties were purchased in 2022 as part of a larger development assembly, which includes also sites at 396, 398 Church, the corner, and 50 Girard, which is in behind the site. Just for context, you can see the bubble. It shows the current consolidation of lands for the larger development application. The lands we are talking about are in blue. The lands in red are adjacent 6-unit townhouses built in the 70s that I'm going to reference as well. This is the current application that includes the sites that are under discussion today for demolition. And so those townhouses that I was mentioning are neighbors. 61 to 71 are in the foreground on the right, and the remainder of our site is to accommodate a much more significant project that is under application currently. So there are 2 main issues and the result of why we're asking for demolition. One is that 71 McGill, which I mentioned as part of those red lands, are immediately adjacent on our west property line. I mentioned that 71 McGill is part of a 6-unit development, 61 to 71 from the late 70s. They share an underground garage and common driveway below grade, essentially a T-shaped underground. Foundation issues have occurred at 71 McGill for some time, and there are safety concerns that threaten that potential collapse of that shared garage and driveway along our property line. And we've been in constant discussion with the neighbor. This is a safety issue for those residents. This has been happening for much longer than we've been around. A building permit to repair this foundation wall was issued to the owner at 71 McGill in 2018. Since then, has erected temporary wooden shoring to hold up this wall, and it is visible. So this exists in the underground today and has been there for some time.
Okay, 20 seconds. Final thoughts.
Okay. Okay, so final thoughts are we are asking for demolition permission to help provide access to allow the neighbor to repair her foundation wall, considering we are also...
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know your colleague Nicholas DeCastro is also presenting, so perhaps they can continue if they like.
Yeah, Nick's right beside me. I'm happy to just finish if that's helpful, or I'm happy to answer questions.
Is Nicholas going to present or not?
No, he's right beside me, so we just...
Okay, well, then you can continue. I'll give you 1 more minute.
Okay, thank you. So 71 would like to fix their failing wall because we are basically on the property line with our own building and that we have an active application that would require demolition. We are requesting the ability to demolish to allow her to correct her foundation issue easily, more easily than having to use hand tools. As well, our units are existing vacant and we have them boarded up. We've been dealing with a lot of challenges with break-ins, which are immediately next to our neighbors as well. We've had people using illicit substances and certainly leaving a lot of mess all the time. We have a timeline here of all of the items and issues we've been dealing with on these 3 sites. So in conclusion, I think we're asking for requests to demolish the 3 units to allow our neighbor to correct her longstanding issue, which was former owner's issue, what we bought from, as well as clear the boarded up houses so that we can have a visible and clear site that will not attract the same kind of people to it.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Jennifer Rayner, are you here? Jennifer Rayner online? Okay, Jennifer, you have a minute.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you may proceed. Thank you.
Okay.
And please
sorry,
turn off
I'm on
your
the phone.
video.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep. Yes, I can.
Okay. So, hi, my name is Jennifer Rayner, and I live at 71 McGill Street, right next to 73 McGill. Since July 2018, I've had to shore up a wall in the underground area to my row of townhomes since the soil of the backyard of 73 McGill has been pushing it down to the point of possible collapse. I was mandated to shore it up by a structural engineer. If the shoring was not put in place, the wall could have given way, allowing the backyard of 73 McGill and the house on the property to collapse into our underground. I examined the original building records of City Hall. The house was built in 1978, and I found out the wall was built to code of 1978, but how it was constructed, it would eventually fall down. I engaged an engineering company, Cage Davis. They designed the plans. We got the permit in September 2018. The current owner at the time, Mr. Marchese, refused to work with me. And we eventually had a meeting in May 2019 with the then building inspector, Mr. Sandro Calabrese, Mr. Marchese, the structural engineer, my proposed contractor. Everyone agreed that the only safe way to do the construction was from the side of 73 McGill. Anything else would endanger the workers and or risk the house and backyard collapsing. Unfortunately, Mr. Marchese Until he sold the house in May 2022, refused to work with me and my engineers. I asked the city to help. I asked the inspector to help. Nothing worked. I had my lawyer draw up a letter of agreement, something that Mr. Marchese asked for, but he still refused to work with me. In the fall of 2021, I started the process of right of entry with the city and was told by the district supervisor, Ms. Nicole Sweetapple, that the city would grant me the permit due to it being a huge safety concern. However, I was advised by the legal department of the city to wait until the sale of the property went through with the new current owners, the investing group connected to Podium Developments. Once the sale went through, I made contact with Podium. They worked with me to gain access to the land, but then both my structural engineer, Mr. Wesley Peters, from the Honeycomb Group, and K.H. Davis inspected the premises and eventually told me in August 2022 that the project could not move forward safely due to the concern of me undermining the structure of 73 McGill. They suggested that waiting until 73 McGill was demolished would be preferred, and that was the only safe way to proceed. In addition, as the Podium has stated, the homes boarded up next to our homes has attracted a lot of attention from people engaging in drug activity on the street. People have tried to break in, and they repeatedly engage in drug activity on the premises, to the point that myself and other neighbors have had to call 911 on numerous occasions. It would be beneficial to have the properties demolished and the whole area cordoned off to help with not attracting such activities. I'd like to mention that our expectation is, if they are demolished, that the site be fully maintained until further construction on the site happens. I would also like to add that my support for this demolition by no means means that I am across the board carte blanche supporting all the aspects of Podium Development's application for this area of the land. Myself and other neighbors on the street do have some issues with aspects of their application that we hope to address in the future. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in today. Any questions of Deputy? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. The next speaker we have is Annette Gasher. Are you here? Okay, no? Okay, so on this item, I'm going to move recommendation number 3. It's on the screen. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to actually go back to the rundown, just to go over some of Councilor Fletcher's items we didn't get to while she was away. So if you could bear with me quickly. Rundown, okay. Well, it's just 7.29. You know what? Oh, it's at 1:30, okay. It's a timed item, I can't move it. Okay, Councilor Fletcher, are you here? Okay. Are you ready for your rundown? Oh, the rundown? TE 7.41, Construction Staging Area Time Extension, TTC E0 Access Program, Greenwood Station. Do you move this item? I can't wait. You're mute.
Grant the extension.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Item 4.
Councilor Fletcher, there was supposed to be a motion on that.
Oh, do you have a motion on that item, Councilor Fletcher?
If I do, then it's there. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll put it up there. It's a technical amendment from staff.
It's a technical amendment from staff. You're gonna move that?
Thank you.
Move that, okay. All those in
Yes,
favor?
I am.
Thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried, thank you. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried, thank you. Item 4.3, 400 Commissioners Street designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 fire route. Councilor Fletcher, move
Approve the staff. Approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Item 7.54. Parking amendment, Knox Avenue. Councilor Fletcher?
Have a motion.
Okay. We don't have a motion.
I'm sorry. Do I not have a letter there?
Still a letter?
Nothing for 5.4.
We don't have a letter for 5.4 now.
Okay. All right. Let's just leave that, Mr. Chair, and I'll get back to you. Sorry about
Okay.
that. My apologies.
TE 7.55, parking amendment, Mount Stephen Street.
Yes, do you have a motion?
We don't have anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Could we leave the rundown, please, while I check what's happened?
Okay,
Because I'm
okay,
here.
okay,
No,
no way.
I'm not on site. Thank you so much.
Okay,
I'll get started and we'll do it later. Thank you.
all right.
Does she want to add her the new business that she submitted? Does she want to deal with those now, or?
So Council Fletcher, I was told you have some new business you wanted to add.
It's already been added, she just may want to release it.
Do you want to release a few items? This is from staff. I'm just,
I have something to release.
one moment.
From 78 to 82, she had added the submitted letters as new
Yeah,
business.
you added 78 to 82. Council Fletcher, did you want?
I did that, correct.
Did you want?
Yes, I added that.
Would you like to move those, or you want to?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
No, I'm fine. They're all, I believe you introduced them this morning and I'm happy to do that. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go through those now. TE 7.78, improving pedestrian safety at Franklin Public School. Council Fletcher, going to move those?
I have a recommendation to move. Yes, I'm moving that. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried, thank you. TE 7.79, Mortimer Avenue speed limit reduction. Council Fletcher?
Like to move that from 40 to 30, please.
Yeah, all those in
My
favor?
letter.
Yep, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried, thank you. TE 7.80, Mortimer Avenue traffic safety pape to Broadview. You want to move
Move
that?
the recommendations in the letter. Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 7.81, protecting and upgrading Jimmy Simpson Playground due to Ontario Line construction. Council Fletcher?
Yes, I'd like to move this. It's to protect the playground
Yeah, all those
from the Ontario line.
all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. TE 7.82, reopening and amending TE 5.49, parking amendments on Salmon Avenue between Coxwell Avenue and Durant Avenue. Council Fletcher?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move the amendments in. I'd like to reopen.
Yes, we
I'm
have to
sorry,
reopen.
somebody speaking?
Yep, that's
Correct. I'm moving to reopen and then I'm moving the amendment. Thank you.
okay. Motion to reopen. All in favor? Council Fletcher's moving the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? As amended? Okay, we're good. It's carried. And I think that's it. Okay, where are we at now? Jeez.
I'll find out what happened to those other motions, Chair, and let you know. Thank you.
Councilor Matlow, before you go, sorry, you want to add a new business? I do. Yeah, I just want to put it on the agenda. Altering turning restrictions at Old Forest Hill Road and Eglinton Avenue.
I'm delighted that you have it already. Yes, I would like to move that.
Okay.
I'd like to add that.
Add that. Okay. That's great.
We'll just have to hold it down in his name and we'll turn it on.
Okay, we'll hold down in your name. Do we need to vote on that? Right?
Yes, please.
Okay. All those in favor of adding? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. That's added. Okay.
Mr. Chair, are you there?
Go ahead, Councilor Fletcher.
No, I just, back to those run-throughs for 54, 55, those are just the staff recommendations that are getting moved there.
Okay, we could do that. T 7.54.
Moving the staff recs.
1 second.
Thank you for
Parking.
accommodating me.
Okay, parking amendments, Knox Avenue, TE 7.54. You want to move that? some staff recommendations?
Yes, staff rec.
Okay. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 7.55, park amendments, Mount Stephen Street. Councilor Fletcher, you want to move staff's recs?
Moving the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? All opposed? Carried.
And then 66, there is a motion
Yes.
that the clerk said.
TE 7.66, traffic calming, speed bumps, Westwood Avenue. Councilor Fletcher?
And I believe there's a motion. I'd like to move that, please.
Okay, putting the motion on the screen.
To install.
Okay. As amended, amendment? Favor,
Thank you.
all those opposed? As amended, all in favor? Thank you, that's carried. That's it, right?
And sorry for any confusion. Sorry.
That's all right. Councilor Sachs has the release. Which one is it, Councilor Sachs?
Yes, please, TE 7.77.
7.
Is a sidewalk cafe.
Yeah, okay. T 7.77, granting temporary exemption to Mokibin Inc. and By the Way Cafe from component of Chapter 742 and Chapter 693 of the City of Toronto Municipal Code. Councilor Sachs, you want to move that?
Yes, I've removed the recommendations in my letter.
Okay, all those in favor? All opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Councilor Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a release?
Yeah, item TE 7.37. I was waiting to ask questions of staff, but we got an update in the meantime, so I'm happy to move an action. 7.37.
Okay.
182 to 184 Spadina Avenue, construction staging area.
Right. You want to move that?
Yes, I'm moving to defer to the next meeting to allow time for consultation with local residents. In July, residents and I met with the developer to discuss the proposed development. As a result of these discussions, there was a commitment to have quarterly meetings with residents to provide input into the construction management plan. The proponent has shared with planning that they have not received confirmation from their transportation consultant if the local residents have been consulted on this plan. So I will be deferring one cycle to ensure there is opportunity for the conversation to happen that was committed to.
All those in favor of deferral? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I think that's all the releases. We'll go back to. We're gonna do it after lunch, I think. But there's a few. Where was I? 23. 23. Yep. Okay. So item T 7.23. Refusal of application for the sidewalk cafe permit located at 1161 Queen Street East, Berkshire Avenue, flankage. Councilor Fletcher.
Yes, I'm deferring that.
Any speakers, deputants on this item? Seeing none. Councilor Fletcher.
I hope there's a motion there.
Yes, there is.
I'm not there to do it. Oh, thank you. That's what I'm moving. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of deferral? All opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 7.24.
Thank you.
Thank you. TE 7.24, 560 Willard Avenue, application to remove a private tree. Any deputants on this? Seeing none?
Hang on, could I just hold that down?
You wanna hold?
Because the deputants are coming.
That's 24. That's not yours motion.
Is it?
Councilor Perks.
That's Perks.
Oh, I apologize.
It's okay. Councilor Perks? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 7.25, 72 Wardell Street, application to remove a private tree. Any deputants in the room? Seeing none. Councilor Fletcher?
Move to refuse, Chair.
Okay, all those in favor of refusal? All those opposed? Carried. We're going to hold down 7.26. We'll move on to 7. Let's hold that. TE 7.27. Reopen item TE 6.37, 93 Humbercrest Boulevard, request for fence exemption. Motion to open, Councilor Perks. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried.
Hold it, that's at 1:30, we can't deal with that.
Oh, that's a 1:30, sorry. I'm way ahead of time here today. Well, is there anything else we could do?
Just while I've got the members' attentions on this is something we all need to be aware of. In staff reports for fences, staff reports often come with two different options. And during the last meeting, you might recall it was a little bit hairy. We dealt with like 100 items and had over 100 deputants. And I moved the staff recommendations, and the record isn't clear which one. So I have asked in future, and I think staff are considering this, that we come with a principal recommendation. And that way, if we move the staff recommendations, it's clear what we're doing. And there can be alternate ones available, but we would have to move to replace them. I just think that's a cleaner, easier to follow process.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. I think we're good, right?
Yes. Did you want to deal with the two new business items that were added this morning?
Yes, let's do that.
And so that would be items, let me bring that up. That would be 89, speed humps at Wellington Street West. That's
Do you
Councillor
have,
Malik.
do you have a copy of that?
That one's right, I'll print off. Do you want to preview?
No.
Speed humps?
It's yours. I love speed humps. I love speed humps.
Well, they're on such a long time coming.
Lord's is going to display it for you.
Okay. I'll just read it off the screen here. It's my glass. Why you guys make things so small? Jesus. Okay, item TE 789, speed hump on Wellington Street West, moved by Councillor Malik. Any deputants on this item? Seeing none. Councillor Malik, you want to speak to it?
Yes, I'd like to vote in favor of the recommendations in my letter.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. Any other items?
Yeah, one more item is the construction and expansion home.
Put in the screen, please.
90, yeah.
This is item 90 coming up, but this is also the second new item. T 7.90, construction hub expansion review. I'm going to ask Councillor, who are these people? Councillor Sachs, you want to move this item?
I am happy to move the staff recommendations. I really need a construction hub.
Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. You know what? Let me go back a little bit. I need to reopen the item. A motion to open the item. Councillor Sachs?
Which one?
Apparently, I'm moving to reopen the item.
Yeah. All those in favor? Thank you. I didn't ask if there were any deputants on this item. Any public speakers on this item? Seeing none? Okay. Councillor Sachs?
Now I'm going to move the item.
Thank you.
Everybody, we desperately need a construction hub. We are besieged with construction.
Any other speakers on this item? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 12:30, we can go for lunch. I wish we'll be back at 2?
No, 1:30.
Oh, even better.
Counts
Good.
as at 2.
Oh, yeah, okay. 1:30, even better. Thank you.
So I just
Yeah,
That's one
once you're on, we're back online, we'll proceed.
I have to go at 2:45. Thank you.
I hope we have quorum. I'll let you come back at 5 and you continue. Are we online?
We're ready to go?
Okay, wonderful. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch.
Were you live? Yeah, but we were live.
Are we live? Okay. Welcome back. I hope everybody had a good lunch. And so we are going to resume our agenda. So the next item is TE 7.26, 104 Scarborough Beach Boulevard, application to injure a city tree. Do we have any deputants on this item? I believe we do. 26. Bear with me while I get my bearings. Mark Bishop, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to depute to the committee. You may start.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, City of Toronto staff, for the opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Mark Bishop, and on behalf of my wife, Rebecca Shropshire, and I, we are pleased to be able to join you, along with our advisor, Alex Carney, a partner at Urban Forestry Associates, who specializes in urban forestry and ecological restoration. My wife and I have lived in our home on Scarborough Beach Boulevard in the beach for nearly 14 years. Our family has expanded in recent years, and now as parents of a 7-year-old, we feel that we need to do our part for the environment and ditch our gas SUV and move to an electric vehicle. This action helps support the City of Toronto's climate action strategy, Transform TO, with the stated goal of 30% electric vehicles in Toronto by 2030 and net zero by 2040. With the support of Councillor Bradford, a number of our neighbours in the community have been successful in applying for front parking pads in recent years to facilitate the addition of EV charging stations. With the support of our neighbours, we applied and were surprised with the resistance we received from the City of Toronto's Forestry Department, who are concerned with our front yard red maple tree. Now, before I continue, we have to say that we believe that nature and vehicles can thrive side by side. We're active gardeners. I have planted 4 trees in our backyard. We gifted and planted a red maple in our next door neighbor's backyard. And 13 years ago, when we discovered the City of Toronto's free tree planting program, of course, we signed up for a red maple tree to be planted in our front yard, as we recognize trees are important on city streets. We water our tree regularly, and each spring and fall, I personally fertilize it as we are committed to its growth. This same concern for green spaces and the environment has driven our desire to move to an electric vehicle. We need to invest in installing an exterior EV charging station, and to do this, we need to have a dedicated space to park our vehicle, as we currently park wherever we can find a spot on the street. Last year, we hired top Toronto landscape architecture firm Green Apple Landscaping, who have designed a plan to ensure that our existing maple tree, once shifted 1.2 meters, will continue to have more than adequate space for expanded growth. Green Apple worked closely with Urban Forestry Associates, and in their plans can ensure that we can move our existing tree, and we will also be planting additional shrubs and greenery. A copy of our design reflecting our requested move of the tree has been shared with you. Our request to you today is to consider our application to allow us to move our existing front lawn red maple tree by 120 centimeters, 1.2 meters at our expense. The current maple tree is 7 centimeters in diameter, and it's widely accepted industry practice and knowledge that a tree of this size, under 10 centimeters in diameter, and this age, can be successfully transplanted, and that the tree is very likely to recover once transplanted properly. Alex can speak to his experiences in transplanting similarly sized trees, the process they use of transplanting by hand, and the high rate of success. Should the tree die, a comparable or larger tree could be planted to replace it, which our family has committed to paying for, and therefore the potential impact on the urban tree canopy would be negligible. In addition, the neighbors on our street are supportive of this. There wasn't a single complaint lodged after the sign was posted on our lawn earlier this year. Many came to discuss with us and were supportive as they recognize both our desire to transition to an electric vehicle, and they appreciate it would also allow our family to move from a street parking permit to a driveway parking pad thereby opening up one additional vehicle opportunity on the street for everyone, on a street that's already oversold by 125%. We see this as a win-win situation and hope that you will agree. We would ask you to take a broader view and look at the common good and overall net gain for the city. We appreciate the important role that Toronto's Forestry Department plays in considering this, and we would ask you to look at their alternative proposal listed at the end of their March 17th letter. The guarantees which they have suggested to you in their letter, in consideration of you approving our request for the tree move, offer a much more significant net gain for the urban forest than a simple refusal. Our family is willing to adhere to these conditions. If you would please approve our request to move the tree, we can agree to their conditions of ensuring the tree's safety is protected and guaranteed by our family for a period of at least 2 years. And I can assure you that I will continue to be out there watering and fertilizing the tree to ensure its continued growth. We will also agree to their other request to pay for the cost of planting 5 additional trees within the city. Thank you for your time today in considering this matter for my family and I. We would truly appreciate your consideration and support to allow our family to invest in the future of a greener Toronto. I will now happy to take any questions, and I know Alex is happy to share his experience as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. There is one question from Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks, you have.
Hi, do you currently have a parking space on your property, a driveway or a garage, anything like that?
No, we have a shared driveway, which we share with our next door neighbor.
You have a mutual drive, okay. And in the design that you proposed, would the access to the pad be off the mutual drive or a new curb cut?
It would be off the mutual drive, so it would not require a...
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
A couple quick questions for me. Thanks, Mark, for making the deputation. Kind of following up on Councillor Perk's questions, every other requirement for front yard parking, curb cut, mutual drive, lot width, not having utilities impeding. Do you satisfy every other requirement of the city?
Yes, to confirm, we work closely with that to make sure that we do satisfy all of the other requirements.
They do. Oh.
Thank you.
No more questions, sorry. Exactly, and just repeat, how far are you looking to move this tree?
Again, it's 120, actually 127 to be exact centimeters. So 1.2 meters is how far we're looking to move the tree.
Okay. I know staff had some concerns about soil volume. I know that you submitted a landscaping plan to address these concerns. Could you walk me through the changes that you're proposing here? There was also a piece about soft surfaces, permeable surfaces, the sidewalk up to your property, to your front door. Could you talk me through some of those changes that you made based on staff's feedback?
Sure, absolutely, yes. Based on the staff feedback, a couple different things that we've done. To your point, they are permeable stones that we would be using, so there's no asphalt, number one. We did ensure there was sufficient space, sufficient earth, which again, Alex can speak to specifically as well, to allow for not just the size of the tree now, but future growth of the tree. So we actually expanded that that size and the ball of earth that will be surrounding the tree, really based on staff's recommendation to ensure that the tree would have sufficient room, like I said, not just now, but in the future for growing. We love the tree. We want to keep it, and we want to make sure that it's there for a very long time. So we really worked with staff and take those recommendations to make sure that there's sufficient space for that to happen.
When the city planted the tree back in 2012, were you living in the house, and did you request the tree to be planted?
Yeah, for clarity, yes, we did. Again, because as somebody who loves trees and happened to find a spot on the City of Toronto website for this wonderful tree program, absolutely, we reached out. We work with,
and we don't actually get around to watering our trees a lot once we plant them. But this tree has survived and thrived. What steps did you take to ensure that the tree has been able to survive over the past decade?
Well, good question. And in fact, Alex, our tree consultant, mentioned this to me earlier, that clearly with this species, which doesn't always survive in the city, ours has done incredibly well and has really thrived. And it's, again, because I've been planting trees with my dad since I was 5. I fertilize it twice a year. I water it pretty much every day, if not depending on the temperature, and really have nurtured the tree, we have a little area of mulch around it as well too, so that the animals can't climb up and destroy the tree. So, we've done our best to make sure that it can really thrive in its space.
Thanks for your deputation. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have another deputant on this item. Alex Carney, are you with us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 5 minutes to depute to the committee. Go ahead. You may go ahead, Alex.
All righty, thank you. Oh, 1 second, sorry. Sorry about that. My it just went weird on me. Okay, awesome. So yeah, really, there's not much to add to what Mark has already said. He's really summarized quite well. Basically, I just wanted to emphasize that really this kind of transplanting really is fully within industry standards. We've done multiple transplants or supervised multiple transplants this year alone with similar sized or larger trees, and have followed them up, and they've done great. Would you allow me to share my screen? Can I do that?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, do I just share content? I think I got it here. Okay, can everyone see that? Or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay, let me try this again. Did that show up now?
There we go. Yep.
Okay, hold on. Oh, no, sorry. Is it going down here? Can you see me going down?
Yes, we can see movement.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Apologies, first time I'm doing this. So this is a tree we transplanted in East York. This was back in 2020. This was a little bit smaller. And you can see the initial spot where it was previously. So we were, in this case, able to grab the wire basket, but it was done entirely by hand. And we moved it over a bit further than we're moving this tree in this case here. And this is the tree back this spring, came out great, and it's continued to grow over the past several years. And that's really standard for trees of this size. Really anything below 10 centimeters diameter at breast height, 10 centimeter DBH, is really a no-brainer for most transplanting contractors. Often three or four times that size can be successfully transplanted. So it's really not a big thing. I noted in Forestry's letter that they said that it was an unacceptable risk, and I do appreciate how it's more of a risk than if we left the tree where it was. But I also would say that it's not a significant risk. It's not a large risk given the size of the tree, as long as it's done properly. Now, there's certain precautions you definitely want to take in this case, and we fully intend to take those and ensure that that's done. But it's certainly feasible. This is a tree. Now, this was earlier this year, and this was for a parking pad, actually, in Ward 19. So this is a tree back in April, immediately following the transplant. So basically, to give you a rundown of what was done, so basically a large root ball was dug around the tree. It was secured in place immediately with burlap and drum lace. And that was all done by hand. A few roots required pruning, but nothing that the tree couldn't sustain. And then it was moved over. It's too heavy to move entirely by hand, so it was kind of just hoisted over with a crane and put in a new spot. And this is the tree, as you can see, back in May 2023. It's starting to come out nicely. This is about a month later. Can everyone still see that?
Yes, we can see that.
This is the tree about a month later. And I personally checked the tree this morning and can confirm that it's still doing very well. And again, these are just a few examples of the ones we've done this year. We've moved pear trees that were larger, and unfortunately it wasn't as ideal a time of year, unregulated private trees. They've continued to do well with proper watering and with proper care in much worse soil than we're proposing to do here. And also in Etobicoke last year, we moved several trees. This is a slightly different methodology. It was with like a large bucket. And I checked those as well this summer. They've all come out really nicely. So I just really wanted to emphasize that the risk here is very low. And as Mark mentioned, the benefit is very, very significant, because you can see in the conditions of urban forestry that Mark has agreed that are no issue on his end to pay for the appraised value of the tree, to have the tree transplanted at his expense, to plant 5 replacement trees. Basically, the city's getting a very good deal if they allow this to go through. A lot more money to plant new trees, and again, the risk of this tree is very low in my opinion. On the off chance that it does die, it is possible to replace it with a tree of comparable or larger size. So I would just want to close to say that the net benefit is very high. and the risk is low. Sorry, just one final point to emphasize that, yes, red maples, as Mark noted, they don't always do the greatest in the city, and I'm surprised to see it growing so well, and the fact that he'd fertilized and watered it so carefully made sense and was kind of the missing piece of the puzzle for me. So I have every confidence that he's going to do the same thing when the tree is transplanted.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Councilor Sachs, go ahead.
Yes, and I'm sorry, I joined a little bit late and perhaps this has been answered already, but is there a parking pad permit already for this location?
Can I defer to Mark on that one? I don't believe so, but...
No, you'll have to, no. Councilor Sachs would have to ask staff because we cannot ask the other applicant. Is that your only question?
Well, would you be moving the tree if not to establish a parking pad? Is there any other reason to be moving this tree?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, okay.
Nope, I'll ask questions.
Go ahead,
of
Councilor
staff.
Bradford.
Is Michael Kude on the line?
Michael, are you on the line?
You hold my time.
Okay.
Blake Webb?
Any staff?
Transportation staff.
Okay, thank you. Transportation staff, are you on the line? Lafreddy? Vince Lafreddy?
Oh, sorry, Vince.
Is he online?
This is online.
Okay.
He's on the line, but I don't.
Yes, that's me.
Oh, yeah.
I want to ask Barry some questions.
Vince, you're on the line. Can you unmute yourself and Councilor Bradford would like to ask a question. No? Anyone else from transportation on the line? That could... Okay, well, we can't. Anyone else you want to speak to?
I can ask forestry some questions, but staff should get transportation on the line.
Okay. Okay, forestry, someone from forestry on the line? Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Oh, hey. How are you? Thanks for joining us. Can you just confirm that this tree was planted back in 2012 by the city at the request of the homeowners who are living there now? Mark, by the applicant?
Through the chair, I can't confirm whether or not it was requested by the homeowner, but it was planted in April of 2012.
Okay. Okay. Is in your opinion, is it possible for trees of this size, 7-centimeter diameter, to survive a relocation, assuming
I'm
that?
just there now. Who's asking? Do you know?
Oh.
Is it transportation?
Okay. In your opinion, is it possible for trees of 7 centimeters diameter to survive a relocation if the trees are maintained with the same level of care and attention that were obviously present previously?
As this is a healthy tree that's been established for over 10 years, no, I don't believe so.
You don't think it would survive?
No, we have no assurances that the aftercare would result in the tree surviving the transplant.
No assurances?
We cannot put any permit conditions in order to have this person do the aftercare for the tree to be able to survive the transplant. And we do not agree with the proposed location either. It would be very unsuitable.
Okay. Transportation on the line?
Transportation?
Sorry, it's Vince here. My apologies. Vince Lafreddy. Go ahead, Councillor.
Hi, Vince. I have to ask you a question here about 104 Scarborough Beach Boulevard. And I just want to confirm with you that This property, aside for the relocation of the tree, meets all of the requirements from transportation for front yard parking.
For front yard parking, as far as I know, that is the case.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
I have a question for Mr. Lafredi. Mr. Lafredi, in his deputation, the property owner said that there's a mutual drive. To your knowledge, does the property owner have parking rights on that property already?
Access of a mutual drive.
I'm afraid I lost most of that, Mr. Lafredi.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. A mutual driveway is a shared property, so it's shared access.
Right. And
in other words, you wouldn't be able to park there unless your neighbor consented and allowed you to park on the mutual drive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions. Speakers on this item? Councillor Bradford, go ahead.
You want to go first because we vote on your motion first.
Okay. Okay, I'll go so, we know where we are on this. Colleagues, I would ask you to, oh, right, thank you. Actually, I'm not moving the staff recommendations. I'm moving my recommendations, which I guess are staff alternative recommendations. Right, and as you heard from the applicant, and Mark, they are prepared to provide the appraised value of the tree. They are agreed to do the tree transplant 127 centimeters to the north at their expense. They will provide 5 replacement trees, which can be achieved on site and cash in lieu, and however general manager of PF&R wants to do it, and provide a tree planting security deposit as an assurance for the tree survival for a warranty period of, you could shake your head, but that's in the motion, 2 years for all the trees to be planted. We are going through a transition in the city with respect to electric vehicles, and they require infrastructure that hasn't been there previously. You heard from Mark, they are very supportive of the tree canopy and in fact asked for this tree. Despite that not being able to confirm, I can assure you we have it in confirmation in email, 13 years ago. And this tree survived because they took care of the tree. He talked about the mulch, he talked about the watering over the past decade. And as all of us know as councillors, we often have trees planted. You see them in your parks. They die all the time, the trees that are planted in our parks. And that's because they're not properly maintained, because we don't have the resources of people going out there and fertilizing and watering those trees. And so we ask homeowners to do the same and contribute to our street tree canopy program. And that's what Mark's done. Fast forward 13 years, and Mark and his family are confronted with this situation, like many of us are. I can tell you, we drive a 2010 Tucson, and we also have a shared mutual driveway, and EV parking and an EV charger would not be possible for us. Despite that Hyundai being on its last legs, we're currently considering what our next vehicle is going to be. And like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of other Torontonians, they are confronted with this same position every day. And policies like this, a binary perspective, no context, no consideration for common sense on what's actually taking place on the site, stand in the way of us moving forward on our Transform TO goals, on us moving forward on providing infrastructure in our city for electric vehicles in a myriad of different ways. Of course, Green P is going to be a part of that. Of course, street parking chargers are going to be a part of that. Home, office, all of it. But we also need to give our heads a shake and look at applications like this and say, what is the intent? What are we trying to do? And we are confronted as councillors and folks who are making decisions here at City Hall all the time with competing interests. But when you've got a commitment to plant 5 additional trees, when you've got a diameter of 7 centimeters, when you have another arborist expert, practitioner in forestry saying that, anything under 10 centimeters, there is a high chance of survival rate. And a commitment from someone who's shown us for 13 years that they've been taking care of and maintaining this tree. They're not looking to get rid of it. They're looking to move it 127 centimeters to the north. And what's at stake for them? Well, it's their next vehicle. So the reason this is here is because we're trying to move a 7-centimeter diameter tree 127 centimeters to the north. Otherwise, you'd never see it because it checks every box and every requirement for parking pad, front yard parking pad approval. And that's been the case with the others on the street. You know, I'm not going to get into the fact that, you know, the street is 125% subscribed already for permit parking, but it's certainly a challenge in different neighborhoods here in Toronto. And this has the added benefit of relieving one spot in an overly subscribed street. But I think this is a practical thing to do. I don't think it's, you know, has to be ideological. I think that we can walk and talk at the same time, and we can balance a number of considerations. And, you know, the fact that there is a risk, although as you heard from an expert on the line, very small for a very small tree to be moved a very small distance, you know, there's a lot of upside on this. So I'd ask you to vote with the local councillor, support Mark here in his application, and, you know, make a sensible decision here down in committee room 1 today. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Councillor Perks.
Yes, I'll be moving the staff recommendation to deny the permit parking. I think we have to remember why this bylaw originally exists. It doesn't exist to make sure we don't move trees. The reason this bylaw came into force and effect in the City of Toronto was the very strong advice from our water department that the more hard surface we build, and parking pads, even when they claim to be permeable, are hard surface compared to, you know, land that has vegetation on it, which can absorb moisture. These so-called permeable pads don't. And if we didn't do that, we would have to spend hundreds of millions, no, billions of dollars building retention tanks underneath the City of Toronto for the additional runoff. It's why we have the Toronto Green Standards required for new developments that they manage all the runoff on site. So there's a fundamental underlying principle, which is why in the majority of wards, there are no boxes to tick. You simply can't build a parking pad. Can't do it in Councillor Malik's ward, can't do it in Councillor Bravo's ward, Councillor Fletcher's ward, my ward, Councillor Moise's ward. Just can't do it because the elected officials in those wards have had the courage to tell their residents, this is bad for the city. It may provide you a private benefit, but our job is to look after the public good and managing stormwater in a way that doesn't cost billions of dollars and actually makes streets more attractive and causes fewer cars to cross the sidewalk that children are walking on is the public good. Now, as to the argument that, you know, well, the tree's only moving 170 centimeters north, you heard from our staff, first of all, that we cannot guarantee that these conditions will be met. There is no legal tool we have to make sure that the resident never leaves this property and doesn't decide to move for a job somewhere else or some other reason, and that a successor would manage the tree well. There's no condition we can put on that they have to water it. That's just nice talk. And while I appreciate that many people in Toronto have great intentions, we actually are regulators here and we're required to put conditions on to get outcomes for the public good. The final thing I want to address myself to is this notion that we are somehow meeting our transportation goals by saying we should put charging stations on people's driveways. Can you imagine if we had tried to build an infrastructure across the City of Toronto so that everyone could fuel up their gasoline-powered vehicle on their front lawn? It's foolish. We know you will never be able to solve the problem of providing electric vehicle charging to the many different kinds of living circumstances that people have in the City of Toronto by allowing people to build infrastructure on their front lawn to charge their vehicles. It's not a viable approach. And that's why we've been looking at things like Green P, looking at things like requiring new developments to have charging stations, looking for partners who operate parking lots in malls and so on, IKEA and others. We know we need physical infrastructure that's accessible to people who don't happen to have a front lawn to put their own private infrastructure on. That's no solution to any kind of climate plan. Frankly, given that our climate is changing, we should be doing everything we can to reduce the amount of hard surface so that we are reducing the heat island impacts that we are going to be experiencing in the city of Toronto. So for those reasons, which are the reasons that I often bring when these come in front of us, I recommend that you take the staff recommendation and deny.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by saying all of the ways that I agree with Councillor Bradford, and I would prefer to support him in his ward and his recommendation. I do agree that that's a preferable approach. I agree that this family clearly has a strong commitment to the environment. I agree that electrification of vehicles is an absolute priority, and that we have to constantly balance competing interests. I think that's exactly the point here, is that we are, as you say, Councillor Bradford, through the chair, at the precipice of an electrification revolution. Many families are facing that, and many workers, in fact, who rely on their vehicles are facing that. The challenge I think for the city is actually not to bring that debate into the private and individual circumstances, one particular case, but actually to telescope out and to look at how we're going to build something that is in the collective good, that considers a number of questions, including, for example, how does it interact with cycling infrastructure? In terms of the hard surfaces, yes, there is a pause of front pad parking in my ward. I live on a street, and many neighborhoods in my ward don't have laneways. In my house, my husband needs his car for work, not every day, but when he does, he's traveling to places that are inaccessible by transit, and he has a permit parking. It's not convenient. But we've seen in my ward and in Councillor Matlow's ward, the devastating impact of having a lack of permeable surface and a lack of tree canopy is resulted in costs of hundreds of millions of dollars for flood prevention, flood mitigation. There's an entire park that's shut down in our wards, on the limit of our wards right now, because of a massive infrastructure project to create the capacity to receive the water that cannot pierce the surface. And in fact, that creates a bunch of damage to homeowners. There are some houses where the homeowner can't obtain insurance as a result. So these things are intimately connected. I think that from my perspective, having a pause on front pad parking in my ward, I would not be able to look at my constituents and say that I'm supporting it elsewhere. I actually believe that there's a lot of intention here to support a greening of the city and this family, and I think in Councillor Bradford's recommendation, but for the many reasons of how we proceed in a fair way to do what's in our collective interest and to build infrastructure for electrification of vehicles that actually is thought through and not looking at individual cases, I have to support the staff recommendation.
Okay, any other speakers? You know, I have to say that I'm a little conflicted when it comes to this one, because during the lunch break, I actually gave a television interview about EVs and chargers, and I stated on public television that, we need more of those things because, the city has a 2030 vision, and there's people coming to the city and we need to build infrastructure. I was on the TPA for the last 10 months, and we talked about bringing more charging stations into the city on their lots and on the streets. So I've been an advocate for that from day one. But I hear both sides of the coin here, and it is, I'm still processing. Anyways, but what's next? We're gonna put the motions up on the.
Councillor Bradford's motion up, and then you can vote on it.
Okay, so we're gonna put Councillor Bradford's motion up first. Okay. All those in Councillor Bradford's motion?
Recorded, please.
All right.
All those in favor? Councillor Moyes? Councillor Bradford? Councillor Matlow? All those opposed?
What online? We have Councillor.
Councillor Malik, or sorry, Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Perks, and Councillor Sachs. That loses. 3 yes, 4 no.
Okay.
So
And now we pull up Councillor Burks's motion. The staff's recommendation. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Recorded.
Okay.
all those in favor of the staff recommendations, Councillor Moyes, Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Perks, and Councillor Sachs. All those opposed, Councillor Bradford and Councillor Matlow. The staff recs carry.
Okay. Item TE 7.27. Reopen item TE 6.37, 93 Humbercrest Boulevard. Request for fence exemption.
Yeah.
That's Ward 4. Councillor Perks, you want to reopen? All those in favor?
Yeah. Sorry, I've got 2 in a row, and I'm trying to remember which one's which.
7.27. Humbercrest Boulevard.
Yeah. So I move to reopen.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried.
And on the staff recommendation to grant the fence exemption, I'll move that.
Okay. On the screen?
Just the recommendations.
Okay, staff's recommendation. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item TE 7.28, 149 Humbercrest Boulevard, application for a fence exemption.
So, Mr. Chair, on this one, I'm going to be moving that we withdraw the item.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor of withdrawal? All those opposed? That's carried.
Thank you.
T 7.29, 1150 Dovercourt Road, request for fence exemption. Councillor Bravo.
On the staff recommendation to grant the exemption, I'd like to move that.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried.
I'm sorry, please let's display the motion so we know exactly which one.
Okay. 1150 Dovercourt Road. So you want me to vote again?
Yeah, just so it's on the screen so the public knows what we're actually voting on.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Do I need to vote again? We're good, right?
Yeah, just all in favor?
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. All right. Item TE 7.30, there we do have a deputant on this item, Paula Silva. It's
Mr. Chair, I've been speaking with both parties regularly and had extensive correspondence. The deputant will not be appearing, and as I will be moving to defer this item again.
okay. So 104 Gilbert Avenue, application for fence exemption. Councillor Bravo's moving for deferral
To the next meeting? To the October meeting?
to the October meeting. Are you going to display it or not?
No, that's fine.
Okay, all in favor of deferral? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 7.31. We have speakers in this item. 16 Austin Crescent, request for a fence exemption. David Lockwood, are you here? Yes. Okay, come up to the.
Now, it's my understanding the council would ask for deferral on this item, so I assume I could be presented. Okay, could we have a meeting, please, before the next council?
Okay, Real Provis, are you here to speak on this item? Not yet, but, because, speak, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Hi, I'm your counselor. I'm going to be deferring it for a cycle, and we're all going to have an opportunity to see if there can be a resolution or some agreement. So this won't be dealt with today. So you don't need to speak if you don't want to. Okay. Yeah.
Also tell them that they reserve their rights to speak next.
Yeah, you'll be able to speak next time if you choose to. Yeah. Okay.
And there's a third speaker on here, Rafael Moscarello. And you're going. Okay, all right. So, Councillor.
So I am going to be, there are two items that I'm going to be deferring for one cycle. So just as a PSA, I'll mention that it'll be this one. So I move this formally to be deferred for a cycle, and I'll also be doing it for the next item on point 3.2.
Okay. All those in favor of deferral? Opposed? Carried. TE 7.32, we also have some speakers. Harold Tan, are you here? You're online. Do you want to speak, or do you want to wait for the next cycle?
Yes, I am, and I accept Councillor Matlaw's deferral request.
Okay, thank you. Jason Gilbert, are you here? You're not connected. Okay, Councillor Matlow, 224 Chapin Crescent, request for fence exemption.
I'm gonna defer it for a cycle.
Okay, you want to put it on screen? Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Item T 7.33, 6 Azalero Lane, request for fence exemption. There are two speakers here. John Polanski, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes to present. You may start.
Thank you. Your worship, I believe we've been waiting for a long time for this. I just want to let you know. I appreciate your time for having here. We moved to Azarello Lane back in 2018, very small family, 4 elderly, small baby. And on the 4th floor balcony, there is a large opening, like an open balcony deck, 12 by 14 feet, where the the neighbor from 8 Azarello next door, she started spying on us. I'd like to turn my camera if I could. I don't know how to do that. I have a least presentation. If you said how to do the camera, I have no idea. Can somebody guide me?
Mr. Polanski, you need to speak to the merits of the fence, not your neighbor.
Yes, I do. This is our fence, and I have a presentation here in front of me, but I cannot really turn on the videos.
Are you asking for permission to share your screen?
I just want to turn on my camera. It's right here.
You can turn his camera on.
You can turn your camera on if you like.
Yeah, just a second, I'll do it.
We have some
Just a second, please. I don't have permission yet. I have it, but it's on the upside down. Yeah. You can
So,
see
Mr. Polanski, so the pictures apparently you have are pictures of your neighbor's home or fence, and
right. That's
so
right.
you don't have permission. You don't have to have permission from your neighbor to show their property. Hence, why we have not approving you to show them. But you can.
Okay, I'll just talk then. I can just talk about this. That's fine. Thank you.
So
well,
go ahead.
Basically, she started spying on us for no reason. We called the police numerous number of times, and we increased the fence since we started burning even fire.
Mr. Polanski, yeah, I have to disconnect you if you continue. Again, you have to speak about 6 Azarello Lane, specifically, not your neighbor's fence, right?
Well, I just trying to get a point that we need to increase the fence because we had a long time issue with her. Police was aware, and we want to just cover up ourselves. We want to be safe. Like I said, we called even fire people several times. That's all. So I don't want to really say anything else. I'm kindly asking you to get us over the limit 6 foot to 8.2. and we're gonna be fine because it is working. We will never have these issues with her again, I hope. That's all. I believe that a good fence makes good neighbor. That's all I can tell.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming in today. We do have a second speaker here, Kathia Sayaratin. Are you on the line? Okay.
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. Number 6 Azarello Lane is one in a row of 13 townhouses built 25 years ago with a rooftop patio on the 4th story. Each patio has a wooden privacy fence approximately 8 feet high separating each deck. In 2020, after I moved in to 8 Azarello Lane, I politely asked the neighbor at 6 Azarello Lane to stop feeding the pigeons since it was negatively affecting 19 other townhouses in the area. After this, the resident attached a patchwork of mismatched materials, which has not been professionally constructed, to the fence, making it approximately 10 feet high. The resident has also erected multiple cameras around his townhouse and on the rooftop, a large metal gazebo and 2 garden sheds, one of which is placed right against the rooftop fence separating number 6 and number 8 Azarello Lane. The increased height of the fence has affected number 8 Azarello Lane in the following manner. There is a lack of airflow on the patio, causing snow pileup in the wintertime. The snow runoff of the melting snow has caused damage to the paintwork, and the wooden fence is now showing evidence of rotting. There is a potential for water from the snow pileup to leak under the deck down to the separation wall into the 2nd bedroom below. Due to the additional structures on number 6 Azarello's rooftop patio, if the fence were to collapse because of the extra weight and poor construction, the debris would collapse onto the deck of 8 Azarello Lane and their property. It blocks some of the sunlight that should be coming onto the deck. It decreases the view from the deck. It makes the area feel claustrophobic. And I would also like to highlight that during storms with wind speeds 80 kilometers per hour, 4 stories high, many other neighbors have had items blown off their patio. This fence exemption negatively affects the aesthetics and the continuity of the townhouses. This fence has also allowed the resident at number 6 Azarello Lane to bully and harass me out of my home at 8 Azarello Lane. This fence should remain as originally built according to building code. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. 33.
Mine.
Thank you. Council, any other speakers on the item? Nope, seeing none. This is my item. One moment.
My item.
Oh, it is yours, 14. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
That's right, Councilor Fletcher, go ahead. You know, my school board award is 14. Got confused.
You're not there anymore.
Go ahead.
I just have some questions for staff on this, please. I'd like a comment on the materials of the fence, if they are indeed kind of patchwork as was described.
Staff in the room, which staff do you want to speak to, Councilor Fletcher?
Well, whoever looked at the fence.
Okay. What's your
I guess of the MLS.
What's your question? What's your question?
Is the staff there now, Chair?
Yes, it's Nicole Sweetapple, Supervisor for Investigation Services.
So one of the deputants has said that the materials that are on the extended fence are patchwork, I believe she called it. I'd like you to let me know what exactly it looks like. It's very hard to see from the pictures.
Yeah, no, according to the photos that were taken at the time that the officer attended to do the inspection and issued the fence violation notice, it was not constructed of proper fencing materials.
It was not
No, it was not.
Constructed of, and it remains, still is not constructed of proper fencing material.
That is correct.
There are also a number of cameras. Both neighbors have cameras facing one another. Is that correct? I know it's not your, I know you can't deal with that, but I believe
No.
that's a private issue, but tell me about that.
Yes, it is. That would end up being a private issue, but one of the officers went out and on September 11th and conducted a follow-up inspection. Also received, confirmed with John that the camera from Azarello Lane has been removed.
Sorry, which camera? Everybody has a camera.
Yeah, no, you're correct. For me, it's not listed here, but there is photos that were taken, and I believe what is showing here is that it's covered over by a bucket.
Sorry, just to confirm from your inspection, that's unfortunately the inspection agent isn't here. There's a camera at number 6 and a camera at number 8. Could you confirm that for me, please?
Yeah, I believe that the camera was at 8, was removed. It's not listed here, so unfortunately I can't give you a definitive answer on that one.
But you could go and look again. I defer this. I was going to make a recommendation today, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Nicole, for that.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any further questions, Councilor Fletcher?
No, I was going to grant the exemption, but having heard MLS say that the materials aren't properly done, I'm going to have to defer this. So,
Okay.
sorry about that.
It's okay. Motion to defer to
Yeah,
October.
The clerk has a different motion, so defer to October and ask MLS to do another inspection. Look at the cameras. I just don't know what materials should be there, but I can't grant an exemption to a fence that isn't properly constructed.
Okay, all those in favor to deferral to October? All those opposed? Carried. We have one more item, new business, TE 7.91, altering turning restrictions at Old Forest Hill Road and Eglinton Avenue. Do we have any deputants on this item? Seeing none, Councillor Matlon?
I move my letter.
Okay, moving the letter. Do I need to post?
All in favor?
Oh, you didn't. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you.
So these are the general bills, warrants will display, and then we have to do the confirming bill after that.
We're not done yet. Thank you. I gotta read these bills. That Bill 797 to 824, prepared for the September 19, 2023 meeting, 7 of the Toronto and East York Community Council be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 22.9, 22.6.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. We vote on that?
All those in favor? Yes.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. It's one of the bill. Waiting for it to come online. That confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and East York Community Council acted under delegated authority at meeting 7 on September 19, 2023 be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. That's it. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We got through it. Woohoo!